Tell me that. Answer me that riddle, Batman. How come the Chinese alphabet is way more than 26 letters, but like we've got nine numbers: one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, and that's it.
No, no,
They should never. They should
yeah,
never repeat.
you're doing it again. Is the language
What? You're putting nine numbers over 26 letters. That's pretty weird.
no, it's how it is structured
You don't comprehend the concept.
for the music. It's just musicians assigning different labels to different sounds. You
Yeah,
can
which one's more important? We're gonna say the important
and
label would be letters, not numbers, because letters only or numbers only go to nine. They're junk, worthless.
yeah, no, numbers don't go to nine.
Yeah,
Numbers can
numbers
go
do.
up to
Yeah, they
infinity.
do. No, they don't.
No,
They go up to number one, two, three, four,
no.
five, six, seven, eight, nine.
Are
All
you
three
saying a
digits.
hundred? Are you saying 100 is
I'm,
not a number? Is a
I'm
hundred a
telling
number?
you, no. One,
It's
two,
a
three, four, five,
compilation.
six, seven, eight, nine are a number. Everything else is an added version of those numbers to themselves and
It's not
double
an added
versions of
version.
themselves.
No,
It's
it's
like
not an
having
added.
an Aaron in your word, Aaron. That's not how you do it. You
It's not
just
an
need
added
one.
version. Eight, nine is an added version to
There's only
eight.
one A. How many A's are there in the alphabet, dude?
Listen,
One. There's only
five
one
is
number
an
one in the
five.
fucking letter structure.
Five is an
You're
added
learning
version.
today, aren't you?
Five is an added version to the number two. It's just more
You can't
strikes.
add nothing to the number, nothing. You can't
You know
add
what I'm
nothing to the
saying?
number.
Yeah,
You
15
have
is
to
an
add
added
physical
version.
things. Remember, you
15 is
said
an added
physical.
version to
Now
the
you're
number
running
two.
from the physicality of the number, how many things you have
Okay,
in
oh, it's the
actuality.
physicality, it's not the number.
So what are you talking about numbers for
So
then? How
are
many
you talking
trees do
about
we got?
physical things? Or are you talking about numbers?
Oh my god.
Physical things are different from numbers.
I
Stop
got
doing that.
7,000 trees here. How many numbers am I going
Trees
to
are
use on
different
this?
from birds. Birds are different from cars. So those are physical things. So
Right.
15
Right.
is
That's what
different.
we're counting as physical things. We're not counting numbers.
15 is different from 8. 25 is different from 18. You know what I mean?
The thing is to keep track of the difference in the same amount of something. The same thing, keep track of it. I got 77 walnut trees. I got the same of them. They're walnut trees, but there's 77 of them here in this patch. The number is pointless. Only the
The
trees
number is
matter,
not
dude.
pointless. I
Right?
have 77 walnuts. I don't
Tree.
have 8 walnuts. If I
You get
come to
paid
you and
from
say, I want to
saying
buy
77 walnut trees or
if
going to the
somebody
walnut trees and getting the walnuts.
get
You
okay,
understand? I mean, there's a concept here,
okay,
buddy. Like
a
the
guy say, okay,
physicality is what you
I
always
want
pay
to,
attention
I
to.
want 8 walnut trees. I want to get 8 walnut trees. How many walnut trees do you have selling? I have 77. You can get 8. If I had only 7 walnut trees and you want 8, I can't give you 8 walnut trees. I only have 7 walnut trees. I mean, what's happening here?
You grow one, you grow another walnut tree, and it becomes the eight. You have to have the thing before you get the number. Do you understand what's happening
No,
here?
no, no, the guy needs walnut
The
trees now.
number eight doesn't
You don't
exist
have.
until the eighth tree exists.
Well, yes, but the 15
What are you
trees don't
talking about,
exist.
brother?
15 trees don't exist until you grow another
No,
one.
trees are there regardless. No, the trees are there regardless.
Oh,
That's what you're not understanding. The numbers aren't. The numbers don't. You're
yes, the numbers
backwards.
do. They all
Now
do.
you're telling me a number exists
Physical
over a
trees.
tree that
Number,
grows on this earth. You're telling me a number is more real than a tree.
no, a number is a different thing. The label on number on
A number
trees.
is worthless, nothing, useless, made up,
No, no,
magic.
no, no. It's no. If I went to go buy 8 walnut trees, and you only have 7 of them, I cannot get 8 walnut trees.
You can go buy -7 walnut trees and it'll be
Who
positive.
you cannot buy? Sorry, it's unfortunate for you, but you cannot buy
Negative
negative.
times negative. You'll
You
have
cannot buy
positive
negative
walnut trees
walnut
now
trees.
since you
Sorry,
had negative walnut trees. How does
you
that
can't
work?
buy negative walnut trees. You can't buy negative walnut tree numerically, and you cannot buy negative walnut trees physically.
No, I'm
That's
saying you
impossible.
don't have any walnut trees, and you'll add that in your math as having equal plus walnut trees more than me. You'll say I have -8 million times -8 billion, and you'll come up with a round number that's a whole number. Now you'll have more trees than me when you didn't have any. You had negative.
No, no, no. You cannot multiply negative walnut trees times negative walnut
You
trees.
can
You
do anything
cannot
with
mix up
numbers.
walnut trees.
You
You
can
can
do
this
anything
is
with
the
numbers,
numbers.
remember?
You see now we're talking about
Now
concepts.
we're talking about non-physicality. That's the point of
No,
these
no,
numbers.
no, no, no. What we're talking about is mathematics because
Of zero, I have
negatives can,
negative
neg,
52 Tor, negative 17.
negatives,
What's that mean?
right?
Why is
Negatives
there a
can
negative
exist.
number?
Negatives can exist in the
No, they
num
can't.
in the numerical
No, they
form. Yes,
don't.
yes, they can. Negatives can
No,
absolutely.
not something
Yes,
doesn't exist.
you can. Yes, you can.
Not
Negatives can
something
exist.
doesn't exist.
Negative
Repeat this.
numbers
Say it
exist.
the way I'm telling you, that way you'll understand.
Negative
Not
numbers can exist. Yes, you can.
not stuff, no exist.
Who's talking about stuff? We're talking about, you see, no, math is different. Math is a different thing from physical things. So I'm not sure where you're coming from here.
In order to have a number, you got to have the angle, you got to have the thing, you have to have the physical thing to put a number against, or else the number is just pointless and imagined.
But no, it depends. Whatever you're trying to accomplish in mathematical concept wise, you need negatives do work. In physical things, no, you can't have the negative on it, right? But like for example, check this out. How about temperature, right? How about that?
You don't have negative temperature.
Okay, so you have minus 20 degrees,
No, I didn't say there was minus anything. You guys made
right?
that shit up.
So you
No,
can have
no,
minus
no,
10
no,
degrees.
that's made up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't have
Oh,
negative
really,
stuff.
really, really, really. So
Yes.
the thermometer
Yeah,
says
it's either
32
cold
degrees.
or hot. Do you
Right.
understand?
Oh, it's cold or
Hot
hot.
this
Hello,
much,
everybody.
cold
I am
this
the weather
much.
girl. Today is going to be cold.
It's not negative cold or negative
So, so,
hot.
so, 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 so you're going to ask the weather lady, how cold will it be? So I know that I'm not going to die because your body can tolerate a
I
certain
don't even know what the
cold
fuck you're talking about.
because you're not
You're just
listening.
making up words.
You're listening. You're not listening. You're not listening.
Yeah, you're
So,
not
so,
making
the,
any
so the
sense.
weather,
Where's the negative
you
air
said
at
hot
you're
or cold.
standing in that you're going to die
You
in the
said hot
negative
or cold.
temperature?
You said hot or cold. So the lady says,
Yeah, that's not a negative.
the weather girl comes on the TV and say, today is going to be cold. And then you're going to
Positively.
be like, okay,
It'll
let me wear,
positively be
let me,
cold.
you're going to wear a light jacket or a heavy jacket? Which one are you going to wear?
A positive jacket.
Right? You see, so you need to ask the weather lady just how cold it's going to be so you know what type of jacket to wear. You see that? So it can be very negative. So you wear a blazer, big blazer, gloves, glasses, cap, and all those things.
Because
But if
it's
it's
not a temperature, because you
but if
can't
it's
find
going
the
to be
temperature, because you're looking for it, because you're
if
missing some
if
temperature,
if
because
it's
it's a
going to be
negative number. It must be a vacuum outside, huh? It must
if
be
it's
a
going to be
vacuum
40
over there where
if
you're
it's
at, a
going to be
vacuum of
40
coldness,
degrees,
a negative. Is
if it's
that
going
what
to
the
be
thing? Is that what you're trying to tell us? Are you
I'm
trying to give us
telling
a
you
secret,
that you need
Robert?
numbers.
I
I'm
wish
telling
you
you
would
that
shut up for 3 seconds so you can learn something. The negative 17 Tor, is that the same negative as your temperature?
as I'm saying to you,
How are
as
they
I'm saying to
different?
you, no.
How is
What I'm
negative
saying to
Tor
you
different than
is
negative
what I'm
temperature?
saying to you is that
You don't
negatives
know
are
what the
great.
fuck you're saying. You can't show us a negative.
Of course I can. The negative temperature. Go
Show
ahead.
us negative apples.
I can show you negative temperature.
No, you can't. It doesn't
Yes, I
exist.
can. Yes, it does exist.
No, it doesn't. Stupid.
Water,
That's a positive
okay,
thing.
water freeze that
That
what?
is a real thing. It's a
Water,
physical
what is
thing. It does exist. Now,
real?
your man-made interpretation of
Water,
ignorance is
water,
what you're putting
water
on it.
freeze,
Hey, stupid.
water freeze
Go
is.
back to
I tell you what.
school.
I tell you what, brother.
Relearn to reinterpret how
Okay,
information is
okay. So we know
taken.
about water.
Then
Water
no, you
freezes at
don't know
0 degrees.
anything, Robert. That's your problem.
No,
You've been taught
you
wrong.
don't know
You've been
anything.
taught
Not
globe.
me.
Shut
I'm good.
up.
No, you've been taught flat
No,
Earth,
you're
and
all
it's
wrong,
garbage. The Earth
brother.
is not flat.
Brother.
You've been taught flat.
Brother.
You
You're all
don't do
wrong,
any
brother.
work. You've been taught flat, and the Earth
Brother,
is
we
not
don't
flat.
know how you got no
The Earth
air,
is not
but
flat.
you're in the no air, the negative air that you're in, brother.
The Earth is not flat.
The earth is so flat, brother. You're
The
fucking
Earth is
crazy,
so
brother.
globe. Your brain is broken.
Go stand on the globe, brother. Go
I
stand
am
on the
on the
curb
globe,
water,
brother.
brother.
I am on the
Go
globe.
stand on it, brother.
I
And
am
then
on
put
the
your
globe. It's
life,
a very
invest some
large
money on
globe.
it, brother.
I can,
That's
as a
the
matter of
money.
fact, I
You
can
are the
even.
one that knows
I
the
can.
earth's curves and where.
The other day I was
Where'd you
standing on a
measure it?
basketball. I balanced on a
How'd you measure
basketball.
water
I
curving? Tell us
balanced on
the
a
steps.
basketball. I
But
balanced
We're
on a
not talking
you
basketball.
about
guys are
that. We're
just
talking.
yelling at each other. I mean, we're not getting anywhere.
Yeah, we're not getting anywhere because he
Well, how
doesn't
do you measure
understand
the
negative
how do
numbers.
you measure negatives Earth curve, guy? How do you measure the positive Earth curve?
We're talking about temperature. You're going to curve now?
You don't know what temperature is.
Yes, I do.
You think it's gravity, retard.
Did I say temperature is gravity?
What makes temperature other than something squeezing something, right?
Squeezing something?
Gravity ain't squeezing all your stuff to your Earth,
Squeezing,
making all your
squeeze,
temperatures.
squeezing something? Where's the squeezing
Oh,
coming from?
never mind. Gravity's not squeezing anything.
It's not
No mass
squeezing.
attracting mass here.
What? I think
I
something is
don't know. You're
happening.
teaching us.
I don't. I think something
You're
is happening
teaching
to you.
us, Robert. Where's the squeezing mass? What's the temperature of gravity?
What's it, brother? Gravity is not measured in degrees.
Then air's not being held by gravity. Then you're not measuring gravity. Then that's not air. That's not
No,
gravity. That's
no,
not pressure, right?
no, you're measuring density of
So you
air.
lost me. You're not measuring nothing, right?
You're measuring
You don't know
density of
what you're
air.
measuring. Are
You're
you
measuring
measuring
density.
gravity?
You're
14 gravity
measuring
SI?
density of air. You're measuring weight of
Or is
air.
it 9.8?
You're measuring
14?
weight
Are you measuring a
air.
14 or a 9?
For what? 14 or 9 what?
I don't know. That's what you call your air. You call
My ear,
gravity 9
my ear is
and
14.
air 14.
My
14
14.
psi is what you call air,
No,
which
that's
isn't air.
pressure. Pressure.
That's not pressure.
Pressure.
That's temperature, you fucking
Pressure.
retard. And
Pounds
it's
per
also
square
not
inch.
height. 14
Pounds per
psi is
square
not how
inch.
tall you are.
Pounds per square
It's
inch.
not how tall you are.
You're moving the goalposts. You don't know
Pressure
anything.
is not your height.
Pounds per square
What does
inch.
14 psi stand for other than sea level?
Pounds is the
I ain't
amount. The
moving no
amount.
goalposts. You're a
Okay,
fucking
okay.
retard.
Let me tell you.
I'm taking you to school today, retard.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. So if you would listen, right?
Your sea
Pounds,
level
the amount, the
elevation is
amount of
based on heat.
the amount of
You
pressure.
are hot
The
high.
amount of pressure is the
Why are you hot high? Why are you
force
pressure
over
high?
area. Is
Pressure
force over
high.
area. Force of the
That didn't
gas
mean anything.
over a certain area.
That didn't mean anything. You
Pounds
didn't surround any
per
area.
square inch.
I got 14 psi in my tire. Now you're saying the Earth's a tire?
Yes, over the
Shut the
area of your
fuck
tire,
up, Robert.
inside
Robert,
of
you're
your
not making
tire,
any sense.
inside of your tire,
Robert, you're not making any
pounds per
sense.
square inch in your tire, over the surface of your tire,
You
inside of
don't
your
make any
tire.
sense, dude. Why you
That's the
talking?
area in your tire.
Why are you talking? Why are you talking,
Why are
little
you not
balloon
listening?
Earth? So
Why are
you
you
live
not
in a
listening?
little balloon Earth about as big
Yeah,
as
yeah, yeah. You live,
3 inches?
brother. The earth is
You
not
live
flat.
inside the
You
plastic?
live on it with me. You live on it with
No,
me.
you live in a little
You
balloon
live on a
that's
globe with
holding
me.
14
You
psi in
live
it.
it's not,
Smaller
no,
than
it's
my
not. Oh, no,
tire.
it's not. Okay,
Smaller than an Earth.
it's
How
not
do I
only
have 14
14.
psi
It's not
smaller than
only
Earth air?
14. It's not only
If it's the
14.
volume of
It's
air,
not
you
only
retarded
14.
bastard,
It's
that's
not
been
only
quantified by
14.
you saying you measured
It's,
it,
it's not only 14. Yes, we have barometers that measure it.
you don't
Yes.
know what the fuck you're talking about.
You know, we
You don't
can't
know.
hear either
You're
one
not
of you,
listening.
right? So, yeah.
There's 35 in my tire. Fuck your
Yes,
fake
that's
ass
good. That's
globe
good
air.
because it's artificially inflated.
Yeah, cool story. That's your
No,
story,
you see,
bitch.
it is.
I don't
You
need
just told
nothing.
me
I
it is.
don't need a story. I got a
You
tire
just
here.
told me. You
Look at
told me
my
what it is.
tire. It's real.
You told me
My
what it is.
tire's not a story. Your globe
You, you,
is.
you, you told me. You told
Yeah,
me a
yeah, yeah, yeah,
story.
yeah.
You told me a story.
Do you know what
It's
rubber is?
artificial. It's art.
Rubber's real stuff. Now,
Oh,
where's gravity?
okay. Where's gravity?
Okay,
Gravity's real.
okay, brother.
That's why your
Yeah,
tire's
that's
on the
what you
ground.
keep telling us. Yeah, you sound like a good
That's what.
preacher of gravity.
That's why your tire is on the ground. Gravity.
No, that didn't make any sense,
Yes.
weirdo. You
Yes.
just say the dumbest shit. Do you
Yes.
have any evidence of
Why is it on the
anything?
ground? Why is it on the ground
Brother,
then?
you think your height
Why
is based on temperature.
did
You
your
get a
tire
pill bottle
decide
and say the
did
pressure
your
on this pill
tire
bottle means
decide to
I'm this high.
did your tire decide to go to the ground?
Are you 14
Did
psi tall?
did did your tire decide to go to the ground?
Why is this dude not sticking to any topic, SC, ever? And
You're
this
the one
dude
that
just,
moved it
are you
all
going
over
to
the
sit?
place.
Which topic?
I didn't move it.
Which
You're
topic
the
are
one
you
that
going to
moved it.
stay on and stop saying
Why
balls
is
and
your
other
tire
shit?
on the ground?
We're going to stick to one thing, dude.
Why is your tire
You
on the
fucking
ground,
jello
dude?
mold. Jello
Why is your
mold.
tire on the ground, dude?
Jello boy.
Why is your tire on the ground,
There
dude?
is no air on the ground,
Why
the
is
bottom
your
of a
tire on
ball.
the ground, dude?
There is no air on a
Oh,
ball
air is what moves
anywhere.
things around.
Stop
Air is what
imagining that.
air is what moves
Show us
things
where you
around.
saw air on the
Air is
bottom of
what moves.
something.
I just saw somebody walk. Is air
Show us
moving?
where you saw a ball
Is
of
air
air,
moving
brother. We're
somebody?
waiting.
Why is your
Where'd
tire
you
on the
go
ground?
test a ball of air? How many
Why
PSI
is
did
your
it?
tire on the ground?
You don't. We're
Why
talking
is
about
your
air
tire on the
stuff
ground?
being pulled by gravity.
Why is your tire on the ground?
That's all it can do,
Okay,
you
Why
we
is
fucking
can't
retard.
continue like this. It can't continue. Come on, guys.
That's all it's going to do is be on the flat earth ground, you
why
dumb
is your
bitch.
tire on the ground?
Because we're not on a spinning ball.
Why? Yeah,
Because
we
we're
are.
not on a
Yes, we
spinning
are.
ball.
Yes, we are. Prove that it's not.
Because we're on the ground and not
Prove
moving.
it
Action,
is moving.
reaction,
Prove it's
debunk.
not moving.
Equal and
Prove it's not moving.
opposite action and
Prove it's not
reaction has been
moving.
debunked by this man.
No,
Put a
what's been
ball on the
debunked? What
ground.
you
What does a
debunked
ball
yourself?
do on a moving ball?
Why is your
It
tire
moves.
on the ground?
A ball moves on a moving
Why
ball.
is your
Stop making
tire
shit up,
on the
Robert. We're
ground?
actually learning over
Why
here,
is
dude.
your tire on the
A
ground?
real ball
Why is
spins.
the Max tire on the ground? Why is your
Why
tire
is
on
it
the
not
ground, D
spinning?
Max?
Why is it not
Why is
spinning?
your tire on the ground?
It's supposed to spin.
Why is your tire on the ground?
Because that's what happens on flat Earth. Next.
Okay, great. So now we have gravity on flat Earth. Great,
No,
welcome.
I didn't say that
Welcome to the
word.
globe.
No, I
Welcome
didn't
to the
say that
globe.
word at all.
Welcome
I
to the
said that's all that happens. Tires don't fly.
Why is
Tires
it
are
okay?
not
Let's
birds,
go back
Robert.
again. Why is tires on
Tires
ground?
are not
So
birds.
flat. So
Repeat
flat.
after me.
Flat.
Tires
So
don't
flat is
have
a force.
wings. Tires
Are you
don't
saying flat?
have wings,
Oh,
Robert. That has nothing to do with
there's a
gravity.
lot of things.
They
Okay,
don't have wings.
wings
Things
are
with
the only
no
thing that makes
wings
you fly.
will not fly, Robert.
Wings are the only thing that makes you fly.
Yeah, stuff that grabs the wind makes you
Wings.
fly, Robert.
Okay, brother. I sent
That's
up a
called a
rocket.
wing.
I sent up a
Any
rocket for 4th of
material
July.
that the
Those were
wind can
wings.
grab, Robert, like you
I
carrying a board down the road, it'll
sent up
pick
a
you up and
rocket.
fling you.
I sent
That's
up a
not gravity
rocket
flinging
on
you up
4th
back
of
that way,
July,
is it,
and it
Robert?
did not have a
So now
wing.
we're not talking
I
about
sent up
gravity.
rockets on 4th of July. I sent up rockets on 4th of July. There were no wings.
Nobody knows what the fuck you're talking
There were
about.
no
Now you're
wings
calling
on my
gravity the
rocket.
wind.
There
Now you're
were
calling
no
it 4th of
rockets.
July. Nobody knows what to do with you, dude. You're like in a fucking cage just eating dog shit off the floor. You're nowhere.
Hey, Shoebill.
Yeah.
You missed out update 11 to the Celestial Theodolite last night.
When I hear that those updates are now into double digits, you've got to be fucking
Yeah.
kidding me.
Oh, you
Update
mean like
11.
the Adelaide and the billion digits you've done? Your updates that the Adelaide's about a globe? You got to be
It's not
fucking
mine.
kidding me about the billion of those. Huh.
Okay,
That's
DMOC is completely derailing. So, yeah, the fact that the celestial theodolite as a basic concept, yeah, it's just fine. But what they're doing with it is like a monkey with a football. It's like
yeah.
they're just like they're playing numerology. They already prescribe an angle they expect, and then just dick around until they find a number that looks like it. Because well, you have to change the times. Oh, then we're going to have to pretend the mountains are really higher than they're published. Oh, we're going to have to divide something by 2 and then multiply it off, and then see, look, oh look, stellarium. Now, when I use stellarium in the celestial theodolite, sort of paradigm, it's like I want to know is I take a bunch of angles to stars. Okay, now stellarium, celestial theodolite, that's my quality control. That's one avenue of quality control. I make the sextant celestial navigation solution. So now I have a latitude and longitude based on those angles, based on the refraction of formulae that I've been using for years. Okay, is it true? Is it accurate? Well, let's just ask stellarium. Key in that latitude and longitude, key in the date, key in the time, key in the star. Hey, stellarium, what angle do you think I should be measuring? Or what is the angle that stellarium says I should be measuring? And I come up with about 3 or 4 arc seconds different. And I've done that like dozens and dozens of times. So every time I measure a star, Stellarium says your instrument is correct. Your timing is correct. Your location is correct. Move on.
Your
What more do you
fake
want
thing
from
is correct.
Stellarium?
Move
What more
on.
do
Your
you want
fake
from
thing
Stellarium?
from a computer screen is correct. You're very computer savvy. Stellarium, fake Starboy. You're great.
What I found in,
Well, Heffron is using Stellarium Computer Starboy.
I don't. Hey,
what,
listen. I didn't use any stars. I don't give a fuck what you or
I
those
didn't say
retards.
you did.
so,
I didn't
so
say you
what,
did.
Don't bring
what
up
I
a
found,
retard
When
that
did your
uses
name
them.
come up?
Don't bring a retard up that uses stars to me. Then I don't use them. I'm telling you, don't.
so
I
You're
know
what I
using a
you
found
don't
broke
use
ass
interesting,
them.
system for a broke ass
Okay.
thing. Now you're whining about it. Don't
Okay,
bring
you
up
had a
broke
question. I answered the
brainwashed
question.
broke
Thanks a
later.
lot, guys. It's been fun.
You broke the system in the first place, adding your dot and knot to the globe the same way they're adding the flat Earth. You don't like it, bitch?
what I found interesting,
I can
what I
never
found interesting,
find
Shoebill,
I can never
was
find
that
flaw with Stellarium. Yet they say that, oh, stellarium's wrong. They have to alter the times. Alter the times because the azimuth isn't right. Alter the times because, oh, it would have and then they turn refraction off as if they can observe something in reality unrefracted. It's ridiculous. And then Heffron has a book that he published that is just as ridiculous about all kinds of things. The guy is a lunatic. He's gone beyond, he had some misunderstandings, but he can't get straightened out. He's quadrupling down or 11 times down on something that's so fucking stupid. Stellarium is absolutely 100% tested by thousands and thousands and thousands of people over and over again with every fucking telescope.
You know what else I found out about stellarium today? Just messing around on it. That you know how it'll actually show the location of Starlink satellites.
Well, Starlink satellites are kind of new. They're kind of voluminous. There's a lot of them. So what?
But listen, the thing is, like, you can look on stellarium and you can see them moving across the screen. And when you click on them, it gives you a number of that actual satellite. And then you can go on the Starlink website and you can track exactly where it's at over the globe, and it's literally in the exact location where it says on Stellarium.
Okay, yeah. Stellarium has a basic, standard, universal astronomical coordinate system, geodetic coordinate system. Key it all in. Yeah, it can do the math for you. Yeah, that's why it can plot whatever. But you're not going to find flaw with it. And Heffron finds nothing right with it.
Well, the interesting thing I found was that when he found that the position of the star against his profile that he'd injected into his stellarium was different, he said the error was because the bearing to the star was different on the mountain than it was the observer, and that's an error in stellarium. But that's what's expected, isn't it? The right ascension will change with location.
No, so right ascension. No, right ascension has nothing to do with it. Right ascension is not dynamic.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
But the bearing
right
to the star
ascension declination of a star doesn't change over the course of a year, but a few arc seconds.
But in two different locations, it'd be different values, won't it? Effectively.
Not right ascension and declination. Right ascension declination is not reference to the Earth.
Okay, sorry. What's the elevation? The measured elevation and the measured bearing of the star will be different, won't they?
Yes. The Greenwich hour angle, the zenith distance. Yeah, is absolutely okay. Okay, but there again, that misuse of the word right ascension declination is rife in this Heffron celestial theodolite world. They think they ascribe it to things that don't. It's like calling level horizontal and shit.
Right. So what he said though was that the error in stellarium was that there was a different bearing for stellarium from the top of the mountain than there is from the observer's position, which is what you'd expect, wouldn't you? Because when in two locations will have a different bearing and a different elevation potentially, unless of course they're looking directly north at say the Polaris, when they will have the same bearing.
Yeah, exactly. As you move around, if you're in multiple locations and making observations of stars, even if say we're simultaneously, you had 3 or 4 people, all observing the azimuth to Fomalhaut or one of the stars, right? Everybody's going to get a different azimuth. Yeah.
Right. So he was also saying that this rise over run for the postulated triangulation of the mountain from where they are, the height of it on flat Earth. Interestingly, I pointed out to him at the end. If you know the GP of the star, can't you do rise over run, tan of rise over run to work out the height of the star? And they weren't having any of that.
Yeah, yeah. The fact that you see, and it's the classic, flat Earth 101. Earth is flat, right over, 90-degree triangle is all you need to live on a flat Earth. Therefore, they do that first and then have to just dick around until they find a number that they think equals it by toggling refraction in and off, moving the times, assuming the elevation angle from his house to the star and the elevation to the mountain to the star is going to be the same angle. when it's not, because it's a half a degree away. And by the way, refraction is about a half a degree, so they turn that on and off at will. No, they do stupid shit. He had some gross thing, and he goes, "Oh, well, that mountain is probably 2,000 feet higher." So stellarium is a good, cool QC tool in the celestial theodolite paradigm. You know, I can use it to check my answers. Right? It's like my timing must be correct since I agree with stellarium in both azimuth and elevation. Well, then look at that. My coordinate must be right. My timing must be right. My instrument must be right because stellarium predicted what I would measure. Well, okay. We're moving on. Instead, they oh no, it's just I can't watch. I watched the one or two of those things. There's no point in going forward.
Mm.
And then you got
No, I was thinking,
those white knights of Shane and I guess maybe Alan. I don't know. Those guys are just completely fucking random word generators.
yeah, yeah.
Oh man, that's funny.
I
No, I
mean,
was
it's like
listening last
they
night.
pretend this shit has not yet been figured out, and they've exposed some sort of gotcha, as if
Yeah, I know.
as if a cruise liner in the 1930s or 1940s and 1950s, leaving San Francisco to get to Hawaii entirely by sextant navigation, got there by luck, chance, or what? I don't get it. It's like sextant navigation is accurate navigation. Flat earthers have no mechanism or maths for any navigation.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, distances kind of kill them.
Everything kills them. They
They,
have
they,
nothing. They have
they,
so little. They have so much nothing. They must know they have nothing.
but they think there's real potency in what they've done with these spreadsheets. They think they've got something substantive here.
Oh, and those spreadsheets have been torn up and down. How does he get the distance to the mountain? Haversine. Why would he use Haversine?
Yes.
The same reason Dave Weiss's app uses Haversine. Because that's how you get the distance across the surface of the Earth.
Wait, go ahead, Splitsy. Let us know how they do it.
Oh yeah, Schlitzy. He also knows he has nothing.
Have you listened? Have you listened in one of these?
Why are you bringing me into it?
I don't know.
No,
I heard you say something, so
I said like
Schlitz,
those pesky flat earthers.
have you sat in on one of these things that they do on Earth Awakening, Schlitzy, to hear what they're saying about the observations and the spreadsheet and all the corrections they do?
No,
Quite interesting.
no, I
I
haven't.
recorded the one from last night. I was in the middle of listening to it when you guys started coming on. So
Hmm.
Have you got a link to it?
no, I didn't. It's just recording on my phone.
Oh,
When there's a DM for a lot, if you want to stay up late enough, because it usually starts about 1 a.m., that's the trouble, because it's obviously in the US. But if you, I'll DM you an invite to Earth Awakenings when they do their next live stream and their update, because they're doing updates every week.
Yeah, they're definitely an update again.
What? When you say they're doing updates of what though?
They make it they
It's like they try and they find some flaw in it and they try and update it to make it fit Flat Earth even more.
Yeah, they're taking some of the most globe-oriented softwares and pretending it's either flaws or lies because it's all really flat. And they think they have some sort of mathematical route, which is complete numerology, and it's ridiculous and stupid and blatantly exposed by every other method and practicing navigator and practicing surveyor.
It's exposed as soon as that star drops below the horizon.
no, it's a proposed evidence for flat Earth, see, that they've got by comparing observations of stars as they go behind mountains from a certain position with what Stellarium would say and what they think it would be corrected if you took out refraction. It's interesting, and like you say, the thing is they've got a basic hypothesis, but they don't actually lay it out step by step. There's no PowerPoint here. So it goes wham, and there's a page with loads of triangles and loads of theta D, theta F, theta G, and you think, well, hang on,
It's not. It's pretty convoluted.
Yeah, yeah. They could go
I
through.
thought
They
flat
could
Earth
have
was
like a
supposed to be
20-page. They could have a 20-page thing that says, proposition, blah blah blah. This is there, blah blah blah. Build up the graphics bit by bit, so that if this is true, then this, then this, and this, and it would make it a whole lot easier to see. But it's kind of a bit, for a layman, it's kind of difficult to sort of like start sifting through it really.
But when they get calculations, how are they using their calculations then? If they're using what tool are they using to measure, or is it just a calculation?
He's got some sort of like leveling or theodolite tool, isn't he, that he uses to work out the elevation. He's observing the a nominal star go behind a mountain as close to the peak of the mountain as he can, and then he's going to stellarium and he's modeling that profile. Now, I'm not entirely certain whether that profile is modeled accurately enough, because there's two ways you can do it in Stellarium. There's software you can go to where you give it your position and it will give you the 2D profile, and then you can put that into Stellarium. But I believe there's also software where you can get a 3D GIS data set for that area, push it into Stellarium, and then Stellarium will build a a proper dynamic horizon. But they're looking at it all and looking at the timings through an instrument with refraction in the atmosphere, but that's all switched off the moment they get to Stellarium, I believe.
They toggle it on and off. Who knows? It's just random acts of violence. It's verbal graffiti. It's just it's silly. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Is anyone getting hurt then?
They might get their sensibilities hurt.
Well, one thing's for sure, they will have absolutely no impact on the current state of technology, how technology is designed, built, and executed, and it's the technology that they depend on. Anybody getting on an airplane knows damn well the distances are well known, the azimuths and route of the Great Circle are well known and adhered to by satellite navigation. And then they want to piss all over it because satellites are fake, the distances are unknown. Give me a break.
Mm.
Oh, they got good argument.
As David Weiss said, a flight from Australia to South America would prove the globe. And it did. And then Weiss immediately ignored and abandoned that. Because the 12-hour, he said, if it gets there in 12 hours or the time over distance, then then it can't be on the Gleason map, and they have no other level of map, even if you ignore the distribution of the continents, with the north center and the outer south rim, they're fucked.
Maybe he weren't paying attention.
The round trip flight from Santiago to Sydney has been regularly scheduled for 25 years. And what Earth is Life, he had a good one that he put out over a year ago. They said, where they were coming up with these bizarre speeds and all this, thousands of miles an hour. And David Weiss says, oh, they have special planes with 7 coats of paint. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. If you look at, all the flight data, we end up with somewhere between 500 and 600 miles an hour, time over distance, headwind and tailwind. Yeah, there you go. 12-hour flight for 7,000 miles, round trip, give or take an hour, either way because of headwinds.
Yeah, I got to go. But one thing I have noticed, particularly in these live streams, is no one saying you can't look at the sky to work out the shape of the ground.
Yeah, that's a complete reversal. They are now using points of light in the sky. Oh yeah, so they're back.
Oh yeah, yep.
And as I pointed out, I have dozens and dozens and dozens of measurements that I've made just recently with my 1-second theodolite, looking at a bunch of stars, determining a latitude and longitude, which is it's just like 50 or 80 meters away from my best GPS receiver. Okay, it's like insignificant. And Stellarium says from that location you're going to see this angle. And I measure and I get that same angle, which means my timing is right, which means that coordinate generated from those angles is right, and the refraction formula that I'm using is the same refraction formula they're using. Stellarium, under the celestial theodolite, paradigm, has proven my methodology, my equipment, and my reporting.
Yeah. I mean, if I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Stellarium uses. I mean, when it works out the position, it's using obviously it's got the equation of time in there, the aberration table, and everything, isn't it, going on in there really?
Yeah, because that's been known for a couple centuries.
When you're
and
counting,
refined.
what is
They
the
must have delta T on the Julian as well, obviously.
Oh, well, the fine points. Oh yeah, without a doubt. And when I say I agree with Stellarium, yeah, there's some error bars, about 3 to 5 arc seconds, which is barely the width of the crosshair of my instrument. I'm using sub-second timing because yes, I have electronic timing. I use a stopwatch, and I use NTP time sources, and that's still agreeing within a fraction of a second.
Right. Yeah.
What refraction? How are you measuring the refraction, or how are you factoring in refraction?
Well, I'm using the pressure and temperature at my location and the time-honored century-old formulae for refraction, and I calculate it, and I find that it works, and I find that it agrees with Stellarium. I find that it is completely that calculation of refraction based on a time-honored formulary.
Yeah, but
agrees and returns an accurate latitude and longitude.
If you're looking at a star, you can't say the refraction, or say if there's a refraction around the star, it's the same refraction as it is local to your ground position. You can't say that, can you?
Yes, I can.
But how can you say that? Because you don't even know.
I've tested it.
Yeah, you might have tested it, and yeah, it all works out because you've got preloaded maths. So, like, I'm not going to argue about the maths. I'm just going to argue about the method. And I don't understand how you can say, I checked the temperature, blah, blah, blah. So, like, you're talking that you've got a local, you've checked for local refraction, and most probably you've given it an average. But you can't say, because you're looking through a mediums, and there's different kinds of atmospheres, isn't there?
Well, once you get a few thousand feet away from the surface of the Earth, the atmosphere is pretty well known.
Okay, so like it's an assumption. You make an assumption that it is what it is down to. Well, it is.
Nope.
It's because you don't know.
It's been verified. It's been tested. It has been demonstrated to be working technology, working math.
It's not working technology if the maths are preloaded and you're using 360. You're using circles, geometry. I'm not going to argue about the maths. I'm just going to argue about the method. And I'm saying that how would you know what maybe that day when you took those measurements, there was a big refraction and you don't know about it because you're putting it down.
Right. I'll give you that. And then I enter into what Heffron uses, Stellarium, and I find very, very small differences. Like I said, a few arc seconds of difference. So the refraction must have been accurate enough to get within a few arc seconds.
Yeah, but like surely if you go with Stellarium, there's two versions. There's a globe version and a flat Earth version.
No, there isn't. You made that up.
No, I didn't make it up. I'm just saying that this
Stellarium does not have a flat Earth version.
Oh, I thought there was a
I know. That's why I said you're wrong.
Well, I'm not lying, am I? Just someone said.
No, you're just wrong.
Someone said to me that you can do it. You can do Stellarium as though planar.
Yeah, and they're incorrect.
So it's just for the globe. Is that what you're saying?
I have no idea. I have no idea where you are in your question there, because Stellarium has no flat Earth component, no flat Earth option, and no flat Earth application.
Hold on. You just talked all over me, so you didn't hear my question. So my question was really simple. I can't make it any more simpler. Is Stellarium set up for the globe? Yes or no?
Yes.
Well, there you go then.
Yeah, there you go. It's not flat Earth, has no flat Earth application, no flat Earth component, nothing about Stellarium is flat Earth. And yet Heffron and
Oh, maybe.
Shame and Heffron and Shame are somehow just like dicking around with the numbers until they get something that they think they predicted,
Yeah,
which is contrary to what Stellarium predicted.
Well, there you go. Maybe someone said, "Oh, you can still use Stellarium as though you was on a planar surface." Maybe that was what it.
They're trying that, and they are grotesquely flawed. They are making shit up.
That's what I'm going to say. I don't understand why, if you're using something set up for the globe, but you know, like you might think I'm a cunt or whatever, but I'm not stupid enough to pretend, you know, like you're using your math for your model, which is all pre-loaded. So why would you then go and try to make it work on a flat planar surface? I don't get it. It's going to be.
I don't, but they're trying, and they're flailing.
Well, where's is Pazza still there? Is
Say
he
what?
gone? Is Pazza still there, or is he gone?
I think he said he had to go, so I believe he's gone.
Okay. No, I just wanted to hear his take on it because he said that it was interesting. For him to say it's interesting, it must be worth watching. I don't know. You're just saying it's absolute horseshit. I don't have much faith in it. That's not to say it isn't got some value.
It has negative value.
I wouldn't be using something what's set up for the globe to do something else. You'd have to put in corrections. Don't make any sense. You're basically doing what the globe's doing.
The fact that you can track stars when they go below the horizon and then they rise on the opposite side pretty much breaks anybody trying to use stellarium for flat Earth. So that alone, which I've presented to them several times, which no one will address, pretty much destroys that entire celestial theodolite thing. Oh, but we can get angles that somehow or almost match a flat Earth. Yeah, but then as soon as that star drops below the horizon, and then you can watch it go straight below your feet and then rise in the exact place where the globe says it does. Yeah, kind of ruins it.
Yeah, Stellarium will also show you the stars rotating around the southern celestial
Yep,
pole.
sure will.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
like as long as you align the axis of your motor mount of your EQ mount to the parallel to axis of the rotation of Earth. Yeah, its clock motor is completely in tune with the rotation of the Earth. Declination, elevation angles, azimuths, all of it is in complete in agreement without any serious, concept of being grotesquely wrong. I mean, at the few arc second range, I mean, they'd have to be off like 30, 40, or 100 degrees or something. But it's not. It's not even off 1 degree. It's not off a tenth of a degree. The only shortcoming with Stellarium is you can only enter time in integer seconds. And for the accuracy that I require, I have to use sub-arc second of time. So if Stellarium would improve the input just to a tenth of a second, it would be much better. But it doesn't satisfy the need of people with telescopes. I've been using the sun and stars for geodetic azimuth for a very long time.
How do you suppose the Polynesians did it?
They did it by just looking at the stars and watching how the stars moved as they traveled along the water.
Yeah, but they didn't think the Earth was a globe, right?
I mean, they don't know that, do they?
Yeah, they use waves and cloud
I mean,
forms too. You could tell.
Birds and other shit. Yeah, but they didn't think Earth
yeah,
was
but
a globe.
that doesn't matter. Even if they
seem-
thought about it or not, they looked at how the stars moved, right? Regardless if they thought the Earth was a globe or not, they still looked at how the stars moved and they used them, to navigate.
Well, that's my whole point. Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't make the Earth. That doesn't mean the Earth isn't a globe. That just means they just used the stars.
What it means is that you can navigate with using the stars without assuming any shape.
You don't. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to assume anything. But now, when you look at the entire picture, the big picture of how they rotate, then it only fits one model.
And how far were Polynesians navigating?
Quite far. They had like I forget how many million square miles of ocean from. Oh man, I forget. One of them was Easter Island,
They're the king.
and one of them was New Zealand, and I think I forget the other one.
Mhm.
They had a vast area that they inhabited.
And they was in open sea. They didn't float around the coastline.
No, they were
Yeah,
in open. Yeah, open ocean. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're the kings. I would imagine the Pharaoh, or the Egyptians were too.
Yeah, those people weren't known until I think Captain Cook, I believe, stumbled into them, or one of these dudes. I could be wrong about that. It was recent, very recent.
Book, wasn't it? He might be just a character. Didn't he get stabbed in a poached here in Hawaii, wasn't it?
No, when they were discovered, they didn't have any notion of any other people, apparently.
No, I think Captain. No, about the Cook story. Apparently, he died in Hawaii, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. They killed him. I'm not exactly sure, but I thought I heard something like that when I was there.
Yeah, I think the locals kebabbed him.
That makes sense. Yeah.
they all met grave ends, didn't they? Dr. Livingstone. I think he was.
Well, Captain Cook was killed on Hawaii.
Yeah, I think he was stabbed by a local. I didn't think Hawaiian people were that aggressive.
They can be.
Yeah, but I think it had something to do with what they were trying to do. They were trying to take over, or he did something.
Well, he left and came back. Is what he wore his welcome out. Broke his mask, came back for another one.
Most probably gave him alcohol and fucked him up.
Well, you could be sure he did something bad.
Untoward. You can imagine. Oh yeah, sleep with your wife. It's a great tradition in England.
So, Essie, what do you think about this celestial theodolite thing? What's your take on it? You think it's game changing for the flat Earth?
Not much. I don't really take those things into.
This is what I was trying to say, Essie. they're saying that they're looking at stars. You've got so many different layers of atmosphere, and then they say, "Oh yeah, but we know." But how do you know? You don't really know. You've just taken it as though what you're told. You know, because like when we go out and some nights you can see the stars. Sometimes there's cloud cover, you can't see anything. So there's always that change. So to say that there's an average refraction, I don't know. Sounds a bit.
Well, well, if you're looking at a star, you know it's not going to be 10 to 15 degrees off of where it should be.
Well,
And
how do you?
especially if it's like, uh, I mean, think about
Your
it.
your
What
stars.
would cause a star to be off that much?
Yeah, but that grid, what you're working from. Say that the stars are a grid. That grid is mapped for what you believe you're standing on. So
Hmm.
it's the whole point of like you're working with circles, geometry, 360. That's why those things are set up like that. Arc seconds, 360.
Yeah, they're set up like that because people have been looking at the sky longer than
Yeah,
any of us have been here. That's the
like
thing we've studied the most out of anything we have on Earth is the sky. So I think we have the locations of stars and the movement of the stars pretty down pat.
mm, I don't
If
know.
if the Earth was flat, why can't any flat earther make celestial navigation work?
But they did for years,
No,
thousands.
they didn't for years. But
They
that
did
no, not no, they didn't. Sorry.
before they did it. They did celestial
Did what?
navigation.
No, they didn't. Not in the way we're doing it now.
Yeah, not in the way they were doing it now, but the technology has changed. So like that's why it's forever changing.
And that's why I said with the knowledge that we have now, with the bigger picture, we know okay, there's only one way this could work.
Look,
Now, if
you
you're just on the
me.
sea, hey, let me just if you're just on the sea, right, and you just say, okay, I see these stars, let me just go in this direction. You could, I mean, you don't really know you really know you're on. You know what I mean? Of course, anyone could just navigate, just looking at the stars. Okay, let me go in this direction. I know which way the sun rises and sets. Okay, let me go in this direction because I know I'm going west or I know I'm going north. You know, regardless of knowing the shape of the surface of
What
the shape of the Earth.
think they're apparent?
Now when we figure out, oh, there's a reason why the stars are moving the way they are. Oh, now it makes more sense because we're on a globe and we are rotating, which means looks like it makes the stars like they're rotating, and then makes the rotation in the north, rotation in the south, and it all makes sense.
So what
When
you're
you look at
saying,
the bigger picture, it makes plenty of
stars,
sense.
you're saying the stars are fixed?
No, the stars are not fixed. Well, okay. There's some stars that are fixed, and then there's the wandering stars, which are the planets, which are in the ecliptic.
So if they're wandering, how does it work then? Because like if you're moving, the stars are
Because
moving.
we're in. Mhm. Well, they're not okay. Then the stars themselves are moving, and then the
But
wandering stars, I call them, the planets, they're different. It's different than the background stars. You know that, right?
yeah, but I was speaking to someone today, and they went, "Oh yeah, it's just like Polaris is moving."
Polaris
Yeah.
doesn't move very much though. Polaris moves like a half an arc second back and forth.
So
And that's
it
because we're moving.
moves back and forth, or is it? Someone said it was on a rotational
It's a circle.
path, on a loop,
It's in a
yeah,
circle.
back and forth
It's in a circle.
in a circle,
Yeah,
and they.
if you time lapse Polaris, it'll make a tiny circle.
So what is the so how long does it take to do that circuit?
What
24 hours.
20? Yeah,
So,
that circle is 24 hours, but the precession is what 18,000 years, 26,000 years.
Well, you're talking about the precession of the North Pole from start to start. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
long time.
yeah.
it's 26,000, so it's not even worth talking about, really.
So it's like a slight
No,
wobble.
The little circle it makes around the North Pole takes 24 hours.
Oh, the little circle it
Yeah.
takes 24 hours. And what's the deviation of that then? Just 1 or 2 arc seconds?
Nope, like
Think
half
of
an
when
hour.
you're think of spinning a top, right? The entire top is spinning, but then after a while, the top starts to wobble. That wobble is the precession. Am I right about that? I could, if I'm wrong.
Yep, that's right. But that wobble takes 26,000 years.
Yeah, right.
So, let me reiterate. It's not worth talking about then. It's moving.
No, over your lifetime, it's not worth talking about. But the almanac repositions Polaris every 2 years.
And it's not due to technology. Maybe they're recalculating for the technology they're using.
Nope.
Definitely not. So if I look back through all the years of the almanacs, there'd be like 2 degrees difference.
It would change slightly over time.
Those fuckers in Greenwich were clever, weren't they?
Yeah, they were actually.
You got to give them that. They didn't even, but
That's why zero longitude goes right through Greenwich.
They didn't even move from Greenwich. They just thought, like, we'll whack it out here and now. Boom, done.
Well, you have to define zero someplace, and the French defined it as Paris for a while, but the English basically had no more ships, so they won.
Well, it is a very.
I've got maps in the U.S. made in the 19th century that use zero meridian in Washington D.C.
That didn't last very long, did it? Well, the French did it too in Paris. So if you look at old French maps, they're off by what, 14
The
degrees or
Americans
something.
probably nicked it off the French when they got them to help rid you of the English.
Well, that was the French and English kind of go through about a 20-year cycle of being enemies.
Hello, my friend. I have something for you. Take this. Don't tell anyone.
Well, they did have a world conference in the 19th century, and they said, guys, the UK mapped most of the Earth. The UK and Greenwich is the superior supplier of the geodesy. Let's just go with that instead of everybody having their own. And they said, yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Whoa.
The French and English are enemies and friends depending on what decade you're in. That's one reason why this American Civil War went to the Union, because during that time, French and England were friends, more or less.
No, I don't think French and English have ever been friends.
Well, that's okay. Sometimes they're enemies, and other times they tolerate one another for about a decade or two.
Have you ever been to Greenwich?
Well, isn't the Channel a joint project?
Yeah, the Channel would be a joint project.
Yeah, they kind of missed.
Comes and goes. It's since the last big war, NATO has kind of kept everything at peace for about 80 years. That's a long time.
Listen to this, show, Bill. You'll like this one. They lined up and they missed, so they had to go.
Much.
And apparently, one side put curvature in, and the other side didn't.
No, that's a bullshit. Because
what the fuck are you talking about?
If you look at,
are you talking about the Channel?
Yeah, if you look at the Channel profile, they were going for a specific soil level, so it's not level at all. It goes up and down with that specific dirt level.
And they met in the middle very well.
Regardless of what you say, or regardless of what's gone out now, that's the fucking word, what was happening. Yeah?
Well, how did they meet in the middle then?
French got it wrong.
How did they meet in the middle?
Because they had to go back and then re-drill.
No, bullshit. Sorry.
Are you kidding me? Where did you get that piece of fantasy?
Listen. For you, you've been outside
and you make shit up. See here, they're going for that green layer of dirt.
No, it's something what was said. You know, regardless of what's you can Google that and it will say no, they lined up perfectly. That's not true.
I thought they were off half a centimeter or something.
Re-drill. They had to
I thought they were off like half a centimeter.
No, it's more than that. They were going to miss completely. There's two tunnels.
Bullshit.
Yeah, two tunnels.
There's 3 tunnels actually, but that's another issue.
Oh, I think there's 4 actually. They're like double tunnels, but like really and truly, the structure is just one big tunnel. Then there's like two like columns or something. I've been on it loads of times. 20 minutes. It's the weirdest like experience ever. They tap you on the shoulder. Wake up, we're here. You think, fuck no, I just fell asleep. Only 5 minutes. Yeah, it takes I think it's 20 minutes. You drive on?
0.6 meters.
They said it was 0.6 meters.
0.6 millimeters, excuse me. 0.6 millimeters.
Yeah, it was definitely more than that. Trust me. Because we look, they ran it in the newspapers for ages as a fucking joke.
Oh, let me see it then. Let me guess. It was the Daily Mail, right?
No, I think it was the Sunday Sport, the one with the tits. How about that? The Daily Mail. No one reads the Daily Mail. BBC buys that. Or is it the Guardian?
Yeah, there you go. They've even posted something better in French. So they're going for that middle layer.
Oh yeah, the French. You
So
can believe.
you can see it goes. You can see it's not. It's not level at all.
French. Who posted it? Bev.
Yep.
Bev. Tout le monde. Speak French?
Not much, no.
All right, so let's see. Next topic is the moon landings.
Yeah, crock of shit. Pardon my French. Pardon my French. Excusez-moi. La merde. Yeah, I don't know. What do you want to talk about? The moonical landings? Apparently, there's a guy on there right now, and he's mining on the moon. I don't know how he got there.
What? No, there's not.
Yeah, there is.
Oh,
you got the Chinese. I think he hitched a lift with the Chinese. So that
no, there's nobody on the moon.
You got the Chinese, right? Listen. You got the Chinese mining on the dark side of the moon. That's why you can't.
No, they're not.
They are.
No. It's not. That's not. There's a prison on the dark side where they're holding all the aliens. That's where the Men in Black hold all the aliens.
The aliens are not going to be.
That would be clever.
It's like you going to the. It's like you going to jail.
I saw that in the documentary Men in Black, or the Men in Black 3. I forget.
That would be cooler. If that was true.
That holds probably more truth. More truth than you might imagine. Yeah, there's some Chinese. The Chinese are on the dark side of the moon, and they must have given the guy a lift, and he's gone over to the light side of the moon, and he just works in the daytime, so you can't see him. And he's doing some excavation as well. And they're going to get all the stuff when they collect it all, and then transport it back to Earth. How about that?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think
Why
so.
would you? Why would we mine stuff from the moon and bring it back to Earth when we
No.
know that the
They're
moon is
fucking
basically
mad.
when we know how the moon was generated and there's nothing on the moon that we don't have here.
How do you know that? You've never been.
We've been there. We tested
We've
it.
been there and brought stuff back.
Well, you petrified
We
wood,
also know
and you gave it to
we also know how heavy the moon is from its orbit, and it's not very heavy.
Listen to this. You must have thought, yeah, them Dutch, they fucking smoking that weed. They're fucking as thick
No, it's called math.
They're thick as fuck.
I know. No. You guys are the ones smoking the weed, the ones that can't do math.
No, but listen.
Yeah, I say leave the moon alone. That's right. He's right.
I just sat there and said, like, yeah, them cunts, they're just stoned. They ain't gonna know the difference. We just fucking give them some petrified wood.
Now, the only thing I've heard of,
he bought that story.
I've heard the only thing that we begin to want on the moon is the helium-3 that might be on the surface, but mining makes no sense.
They said, Robert. They said, Robert,
mining makes no sense at all.
Man. Give me some cess. Get them motherfuckers so smoked.
For real.
We'll just give him anything. Moon balls. I give him moon balls.
No, I agree. Leave the moon alone, man. I mean,
they gave him moon balls, Roberto.
Because they don't want to change the mass of the moon. If you change the mass of the moon, you're affecting the Earth's spin, the tides, all kind of things.
Yeah, I watched a video earlier where they were saying what would happen if we got a second moon the same exact size, the opposite orbit.
Yeah, what would happen?
And it showed like in a few days, and we'd probably be like,
your mic's really bad.
It would throw off everything in a few days.
You sound like you're being like someone's gagged you. Tied you to the chair.
We're talking about the cess right now. No cess right now.
You ain't got no cess. You're in America. You've gone to the candy store.
My mic probably sounds terrible, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of muffled. It sounds like you've been sellotaped and tied to the chair by one of them flat earthers.
I'm using wireless headphones, and I'm cutting grass, so you wouldn't want to hear all this noise.
Oh, they're good headphones if they cut out all the grass cutting.
Can you hear that?
No, I don't hear nothing. Just good.
Okay.
You sound like this.
Yeah.
Remember, the moon is trying to slow the Earth spin. Remember that.
Robert.
Yeah, as it moves away, it's trying to slow the Earth's spin so it can, get back to the Earth.
Why is it spinning?
The Earth? Why is it spinning?
No, why is the moon spinning?
Same reason the Earth is spinning.
Why?
Gravitational.
Gravitational.
Oh.
So, does gravitation make you spin, or does gravitation just pull you? Or has it got multi? It's like multi.
No, that's what's keeping the moon in orbit.
It's like one of those Swiss Army knives, many functions.
Yes, because remember, when mass is attracting, mass or whatever, there are some pieces that are bigger than others as it is swirling, all these kind of things.
So if I was in a little plane and I flew next to a mountain, would it pull me into the mountain?
No.
Why?
No, because the mountain's gravitational impact is not strong enough.
Why?
Actually, you are being pulled towards the mountain.
Imagine this mountain is the biggest mountain in the world.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, but most of the mass of the mountain is at the base, right? So, but the point is, you're moving. you're moving, so that's one thing. So the mountain can't really hang on to you.
But
And number two is gravitational force is not enough.
but imagine this, right? This mountain is upside down. So the mass is at the top, the base is at the top, and it's just balancing on the peak.
And by the way, you're already beating the biggest gravitational impact, which is the center of the globe. So the mountain is nothing.
Wouldn't it act like an aerial though? The mountain, it's like a satellite dish, upside down mountain.
If the gravity was strong enough to pull you, you would have been pulled to the ground before you see any mountains at all. So
how comes the gravity is like it holds things like unbelievable things, and then things which you think like, how do they move? And they do move though. So is it kind of discretional? It's got like a discretion. It holds you if it needs to.
no. You are.
Gravity is very weak.
Yeah, it's very weak, right? You have gotten up into the air.
What holds the sea in place then? Gravity, no?
Gravity, yes.
Yes.
But that's you imagine how many tons of water are in the ocean.
Okay,
Yeah,
I hope you're not gonna say what I think you're gonna say.
What's that?
That's why it's dense in the bottom.
Does gravity make you gay?
How does it not make hold a butterfly down to the ground?
No, I was going to say, does gravity make you gay?
No.
Okay.
Maybe.
I don't know. Is it possible? Is it?
Maybe.
So gravity, it holds the tons of water. As you can see, water at the bottom of the ocean is more dense. You see, as you know, it's pulling all the molecules of the water downwards. Right?
Molecules of the water.
Right.
What are molecules?
Oh my God! Please stop.
I want you to tell me what's going on with the molecules.
You're trolling now. Come on.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Molecules of the water.
I want a full descript. I want to learn.
So let's see. What do you think water is made up of?
If I got a cup of water, it's just water. I don't know. I wouldn't think. Oh,
right. So
I wouldn't fill a glass of water up, right? I wouldn't fill a glass of water and look at it and go, "Oh, water. I wonder what you are."
Okay. So check this out. So you put you get a tank of you see a river, right?
Yeah.
Then you snatch out a barrel of that water. Then from the barrel you get a glass of water, and then from that glass you suck the water into a straw, and then from that straw you cut that straw in half. You see what's happening? The water is getting less and less and less. So when you keep going,
I think you've just lost a couple of weeks of your life. You're never going to get that time back. I think just fucking
but no, it's not about the time.
a cup of water and that's it.
What I'm trying to say to you is that you're dividing the water up smaller and smaller and smaller. So what do you think the water is made up of?
Yeah, but it's the same water. Right, look, if you've got a barrel, you go down to the river and you get a fucking big bucket of water, and I go down and get a thimble full. I'll go, oh, look, my thimble full of water. You've got a big bucket. It's the same fucking water, isn't it? I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, look, my water's so small. I wonder what it's made of.
Right. In other words, it's because you're going smaller and smaller, that means water is made up of something. You get it?
Whoa, come on. It's like fucking not rocket science, is it? Everything's made of something.
Okay, good. So it's got water molecules.
So I'm no clearer.
It's made of something. It's called water
molecules.
molecules.
One hydrogen atom and 2 oxygen atoms.
Atoms?
Or is it the other way?
Have you seen an atom?
Yeah.
Where?
I think I saw a video where someone used a bunch of atoms to make a movie.
You said you don't tell me.
There were 82 atoms.
Have you seen a neutron?
No.
Is D much muted?
Have you seen the neutrini? Yeah, we can't go on like you were earlier, Robert. That's just fucking ridiculous.
Is there a point
he's
to
evil.
asking if he's seen subatomic particles? What's wrong with you?
No, no.
I just wondered if he had. Is there just a conversation, yeah? What's your problem?
I mean, I
I
saw.
commonly see electrons.
Pardon?
Yeah, I see a bunch of electrons.
I saw an electron when someone got tased.
Yeah,
Well,
and I also see photons. So I see some photons.
Yeah, but like, have you? I thought no one's seen a neutron or a
How would you?
neutrini. A neutrini.
I've never seen a neutrino or a neutron, but I have seen electrons and photons.
How do you see? How do you see a photon? How can I see a photon?
A
Oh,
photon?
that's a
Well,
great
different.
question. So you have these things in your face, and
Yeah. Are
the
they
back-
called eyes?
yes, and the back inside has these cells
I've got
called
no eyes.
rods and cones.
Photon receptors?
I've got those eyes. You know, the ones on the springs. Right.
So anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but how did you
When
see?
the photon hits it, you
You said
see.
you saw a photon. So how did you see a photon? How did you see a photon?
I'm looking at my computer screen right now, and I'm seeing tons of photons, all kinds of photons.
Yeah, that's hypothetical. That's theory. That's theoretical. What you're saying.
You say that, but I can actually see those photons are hitting my eyes.
Yeah, that's not. That's just.
Hey, you can
What
just
do you
believe
think
it.
no photons would look like?
Next, you'll be saying light
travel.
travels. You'll be saying light travels at a certain speed.
Damn
Oh,
right.
man.
Yep. Comes out of Maxwell's equations. It does.
Now you've got an equation.
Maxwell's equations.
You've got an equation to see something.
Maxwell
So
has
you're
these.
seeing something in reality, but you don't know that. So we've made an equation for you to understand what you're seeing.
Do we not know anything, Tootsie? What can we know, though?
I don't know.
Tootsie, we can't know anything.
I'm learning.
I don't think you're learning.
I am.
Yeah. I think it's really late in the game.
I want to know. I want to know the secrets, the dark secrets of the photon,
I think
because
it's
I
a
want to
little late in
know
the
how
game
you
for you, man.
captured one and saw it. Oh,
Well,
there,
there
look,
are
in my
dark
hand.
secrets of the photons because wherever there's a photon, it can't be dark.
So you can't see photons in the light.
No, photons are the light. You can't see photons in the dark.
Oh, so if it's so, I'm in the dark, and I
You
don't
are in
see.
the dark. Yes.
But there's some kind of darks. There's some darks that your eyes adjust and you can see.
Well, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a
No,
duck,
dark.
probably, yeah. Right.
So what does that account for? So like, there's some types of darkness where you can actually make out, maybe not detail. You can make out the shape.
I get it that you're making out in the darkness. I understand, but you don't have to. You're a grown man with the lights on.
Yeah, I just want to tell you about my sex life. Really, I have to make out in the dark. Kind of the run. I'm the run. I'm the run to the little. Who is that with the funny?
Somebody's shaving.
Oh, shit, that's me. Sorry. I'm cutting grass.
I think it was like doing your ass hair.
No,
The way you was moaning.
I'm cutting grass. Let me go on mute.
Okay. So, you've seen a photon.
I've seen photons. I've seen electrons.
Electrons.
Yeah.
What about a neutron?
I haven't seen a neutron.
Do they exist?
Pretty sure.
Has anyone seen one?
Don't know.
Why don't you know?
Because I haven't checked.
Well, I'm sure there's some neutron meter which measured it or witnessed it.
Yeah. There is such a thing as a neutron star.
What is that? The star in the jar?
No, no. It's a star that has collapsed almost to the point of a black hole, but not quite. And so it becomes metallic neutronium. It's pretty technical.
Yes, beyond my remit.
Well,
Do you imagine that?
I can imagine that there are things beyond your remit. Yes, I can.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Do you know what it is? I don't understand a lot of things, especially when it comes to globe theory. It's like, what's that other thing? Critical race theory. I don't understand that either. You know why?
Well, there's no such thing as a globe theory. So
I know what a critical race condition is, but I'm not sure what a critical race theory is.
Critical race theory. I don't know what it is, but it's like just.
Well, a race condition in computer science is when two processes.
No, I'm talking about race.
Yes, so am I. It's a race called a race condition, where two processes are trying to gather the same, object or attribute at the same time. Like when your USB system grabs hold of your microphone and then you can't use your sound card. You get a race condition. So I guess critical race theory is some kind of computer threading theory.
No, it's about like people's race.
Oh well, people's race. You mean like 100-meter dash?
No, like Jeff's from Africa.
Oh. Sounds to me like you might know a lot more about this than I do.
Jeff's from Africa, and he wants to know why
you're an expert on critical race theory.
Why the Americans took him to America as a slave.
Oh.
They should be paying reparations. I think that's critical race theory.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Why Americans are so, damn racist.
Yeah.
Even nowadays when they're not, they should be paying for what they did.
I don't know if I'd say that.
Listen, I don't
think I'd say that we're over racism. I would not make that claim.
I think that's what the far left, purple-haired, black fingernail people think.
I don't have
not necessarily the black people at all. I think it's the white people who are actually pushing this critical race theory.
Well, at least the Democrats, they're wearing those colors on the outside. The Republicans are wearing those colors on the inside.
Well, they got black fingernails, purple hair.
I have heard something. There is a rich and storied history of people successfully suing for defamation for being identified as black when they were white. Did you know that? The courts have awarded defamation.
Oh yeah, there are people that have done that. Yeah.
So that's saying you're black when you say I'm white counts as defamation in the courts. So that I don't know, that's something to really think about. But I'm sure you didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
If America was over racism, that wouldn't be the case, would it?
Well, I think they say that it's the systemic. They're saying that police are pretty racist, even if the black police are racist. They're saying they're racist. Look at the George Floyd thing. Are you racist?
I'm not that up on George Floyd, unfortunately.
Nor am I, but you can just imagine.
I feel like you're kind of the the expert on this. You certainly have strong opinions.
No.
You wouldn't have strong opinions if you were ignorant, would you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would? Yeah, I think most very strong opinions are grounded in ignorance. I think that's probably true, but it shouldn't be, right? I think we agree there.
Yeah, I think it's amazing how you remember all this nonsense, but that's another story.
Okay.
It's kind of nice that D-Mark hangs out with us. That's
yeah, but you can't have an argument with D-Mark how you were going on earlier. Robert, because that's just
No,
ridiculous.
you can't have an argument with him. Period. But the thing
No,
is
but
that
you were just arguing. You was going, no. It's like, yes, you were. No, you weren't. Yes, you were. No, you weren't. Yes, you were. That was the strength of what your argument was.
yeah, because
Dimmock actually have discussions? Because that's news to me if he does.
He was
exactly.
talking all right, and then like it just I don't know. Just Robert was set him off for some reason. I don't know. I'm not saying it was like wrong or just got a little bit circular in the. Oh, we weren't arguing. It was just.
Absolutely. No.
Yes, I did. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. No, I didn't.
No, it was more like I was asking him a question and he refused to answer. So I asked. So my tactic is to keep asking the question.
I know, but it's just antagonizing people, and you can't. If that guy, you know full well, if he's not going to answer your question, why would you press?
The problem is he can't answer the question. That's really the issue.
Yeah, but the question wasn't really great anyway. So like,
maybe it wasn't a great question. I don't know. I didn't hear it, but I'm just saying.
The question was really good. Why
what
is
was
your
the question?
tire?
What was the question?
Why is your tires on the ground?
Yeah, why are your tires on the ground? That was fucking. Come on, that's not.
Yeah, man, that's a great question.
Is that a great question?
Absolutely.
Omnivore.
Maybe not the greatest question.
No, it's come on. Don't be diplomatic here. Just call it out for what it is. That's Robert. That's fucking mental. That's not a question, really.
Why are you and I on the ground?
Why am I? I'm not on the ground. Ah, see?
Right. Why are you
making an assumption? You're clearly wrong.
You're hanging from a tree? I'm sorry.
No, I'm not a monkey. I might be cheeky, but I'm not a monkey.
Are you sure you're not a monkey? I think you might be a monkey. I feel like it's possible you're a monkey.
Did you come from a monkey, Omnivore?
I have not.
The first omnivores to walk the planet. I put it in your so like you can easily assimilate that. You're on the planet. The first omnivores are about to walk. Were they monkeys? Did they evolve from monkeys?
The first omnivores.
Yeah.
You even know what the first omnivores were?
Yeah, they're not monkeys, but it's just a name, isn't it? So, like, you know, your first people when they fully evolved from the monkeys. Is that you believe that, or is there a different scenario going on?
They weren't monkeys. That's the first problem. They weren't monkeys.
They weren't monkeys?
No, they were not monkeys.
What were they?
They were Homo sapiens.
You're telling me he comes from a bunch of homos? That's not right.
Yep.
Come on, you're pulling my chain now.
They were not monkeys, brother.
They were apes.
What were they then? Homos.
Apes.
Sapiens.
There you go. Thank you. That's completed.
Homo sapiens. Where does the word homo come from then? What's the etymology of homo?
Well, no.
I feel like it might be Latin. Or maybe.
Well, no, we are Homo sapiens. We are. No, it's before whatever we evolved from. It wasn't monkeys. It was called like Homo erectus something. You know.
You're telling me there's a homo with an erection? Because that's what it's Latin for exactly that.
I think you might be onto something there.
I might be onto something.
Yeah.
Right. Like they were Neanderthals.
Neanderthals. Right. What are these?
Yes. Like those are what there's a whole bunch of.
Who came first? The Neanderthal or the Homo sapien? There must be a line. There must be a lineage.
I know that my doggo sapien thinks it's time for me to go walk him, so I'm gonna go do that.
Oh, you go and take your dog out. Be good to your dog.
I am good.
Don't forget to take some bags.
He doesn't think so, though. He thinks I don't give him enough treats.
Don't forget to take
I
some
mean,
back.
they're all grouped into
Don't
this.
pretend to be on the mobile when he's dropping one.
They're all grouped. We're all grouped into this. All of this stuff that came before Homo sapien, before Homo erectus, and they're all grouped in this thing called hominids or hominids, right? Something like that. And yeah, so we didn't come from monkeys, brother. It was a type of thingy.
Yeah, but the first ones, like, they were kind of very hairy.
Monkeys,
So
yeah, monkeys evolved from the other, the same line of hominids. They just went off on a different tangent. So,
I was going to say, because like, if you evolved from a monkey, it's weird that how we have monkeys still existing today.
Monkeys evolved from an early hominid, right? So we were never monkeys. We were hominids, early ones, like some, whatever. And then monkeys, I guess, because of the environment that they went into, a whole bunch of them, they stayed that way. But we continued, because we were on the different environment. Right.
Do you believe it, Robert? Do you believe it?
If I believe in the evolution?
Yeah.
No, I understand evolution is definitely something that is it's true. I mean, there's no, because we are still witnessing evolution happening even today.
Evolution of
Yes,
what, Robert?
like different animals, like we have evolved since over the last 1,000 years. We have changed.
Evolution of what, though?
We have changed over the last 1,000 years. Even the last 100 years, we have changed.
Yeah, this is what someone told me. That Robert, he's changed,
Yeah, we're all changing, man. We're constantly changing. We're constantly going through an upgrade. Each kid that is born, is an upgrade. I mean, come on, no. Like, I'm a Christian, but I accept evolution because,
You can't be Christian if you accept evolution.
of course,
How?
it's because, even in the Bible, God said, let's make man in our own image. Like, wait a minute. How did you know about man? So you knew about man before, right? So even in our scripture, it tells you right there that God knew about man. And also, when Cain killed Abel and he was banished, he went to go live in this land of what? Nod or whatever it was. And he found a wife there. Like, really? How did Adam and Eve populate Nod? So the thing is that God knew about man way before, and he just took it and then said, you know what? Let's make these things into our image. Yeah.
Did you hear the untold story of Cain and Abel? He had a brother called Co.
Oh Lord, no. No, let's not get into that. I mean, the Bible is giving you all the answers. And that's the reason why I'm a Christian, because check it out. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. How long is this beginning, really? This beginning could be billions of years. Let there be light. Wow, look at that. So all of these things could be like what scientists are detecting as the Big Bang and the expansion. Is God doing all these physical things, right? The Bible. Okay, and then he said, let's put the firmament in the midst of the waters, and he called the firmament heaven, and the birds fly in the sky, which he called the open firmament. So obviously he's talking about the horizon. The sky is in the middle of the water. Come on, guys. This is so obvious. That is, yeah. He put the firmament in the midst of the water. The birds fly in the open firmament. Where is the firmament in the middle of the water? It's out there where the sky connects to the water. That's where the firmament is, in the midst of it. He's talking about the horizon, a visual look at it. It looks like the firmament is in the middle of the ocean, but it's not.
So you believe your creator put you in a vacuum? Is that what you believe? Not in what? Which is it? Water or vacuum?
In a vacuum? What do you mean? What is this question? You mean the Earth? If you put the Earth in a vacuum? That mean?
You're changing the topic now. You were preaching about the creator and water, right? Wasn't that what you were doing?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Okay, so I asked you the question, but the model says you're in a vacuum. So, which is it?
No, I said in the book in Genesis 1:8 he called the firmament heaven. So that's a wrap. So so firmament is not a hard thing. It's heaven, right? Right. Heaven is in Hebrew. It translates that the firmament is the expanse, which we call heaven, which we call space. So it's done right there. So all these flat earthers that are talking about the firmament being hard, the Bible tells them that it is not. It is not a solid thing. It is space. Now, he says that he puts this firmament in the middle of the water, in the midst of the water. The only place this thing could exist in the middle of the water is when you look out at the horizon. That's the only place. That's it right there. Done. It's a wrap. Now you are on the ground. He created you, right? But when he created the heavens and the earth, all he was doing is creating the rules that created the heaven and the earth. That's what he's doing. He's the one that created the rules. So he's the creator of all things because he created the rules. Right? God didn't go with that. God is not physically molding the earth and all. No, he's not doing that. He created the rules that did that. And then this is the part where it gets sketchy, is when he stepped in and said, let's make man in our own image. Now this is real Christian faith here now. This is where God came in, because everything else is governed by the rules of the universe. The gravity, you know, black holes and nebulas and suns and ground and water. All of that could be rules driven. But here he comes in and he says, he's speaking, let's make man in our own image. So this right here is why I'm a Christian. Right there.
Robert, you ever lost your keys?
If I ever lost my keys?
Yeah.
Keys to what?
Anything.
Yeah, I think so. I think not recently.
No, not recently, but like, have you ever? That's just an open question. Have you ever lost your keys?
Not recently.
Yeah, but like, it's a question, isn't it? Have you ever lost your keys? Not recently. Ever in your whole lifetime, have you lost your keys?
Not that I can remember, but maybe, possibly, yeah.
I bet you found him straight away, though. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. I can possibly say yes. I've lost my keys. Maybe, possibly.
Did you find it, or did you lose them?
Did no? I lost the keys.
And never found them again.
So if I can't find it if I lost it. What do you mean by misplaced?
No, I just wondered, like, if you find these black holes, because they're invisible, but if you've found them, I was thinking, like, you're the kind of person who could never lose their keys, because if you found the black hole, you'd definitely find your keys. Or is that not as so?
If you find, yeah, you can find a black hole. You can.
How do you find a black hole then? So I'm out in space, walking around or floating about. I'm looking for a black hole. Where would I go to find one?
Where there's a whole cluster of stars and they're moving very, very fast. Like the stars that are closest to our Sagittarius A are moving 16 million miles per second around this thing.
16 million miles a second.
Yeah, no, literally. They're moving. Dude, we have interferometry. We are watching these things very closely. And we're taking, we're taking billions of pictures per minute and all these kind of things, and storing them on these massive servers. And then
if you took a picture of something moving 16 million miles an hour, you ain't going to see fuck all.
A picture? No, we're taking billions, well, millions. Let me just say millions of pictures per second or per minute. These shutters are like ba 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 ba, right?
What, a camera? You're telling me a camera can take millions of photos per second?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh yeah. What camera is that then? Definitely not the one on my iPhone.
No. Because you're the one that has to press the button. These things are automatic. They're automatically firing off. Pop, 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 pop. You know.
You being serious?
Yes, I am being serious.
No way. So who built this? Like, this must be a machine, like, absolutely amazing. To take how many pictures a second? Millions.
Yeah.
That's in order to catch what's happening with these stars, what, going 16 million miles an hour, yeah?
Telescopes, they can achieve remarkably high frame rates.
You know, like a flick book. You know what a flick book is?
It's like, you know, they take these images at extremely high rates. The shutters are like bam, bam, bam. They're clocking, taking millions of pictures per. Well, I wouldn't say per second, more like per minute.
Let's go through it.
Right? So like thousands. Yeah, hey, don't focus on that. I'm just giving you. Please, you're like,
I love it.
Flat earthers do that. You know, the other day I tested it. I tested with the flat earthers. I said,
that shutter speed again. Bap, 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 bap.
Right. They do that. I said, you guys, when we use certain words colloquially, you guys like have a meltdown of some sort. It's like certain words. So I said I'm gonna test. I'm gonna test it right now. And then they were talking. I said I'm gonna test it, and you won't. I'm not gonna tell you I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna use a word, and then you guys are gonna see how you literally lose your mind. So I said, so the conversation went on for 15 minutes, and I said, hey, you're like, how do you know that curvature exists? And no, they said, oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you can't see curvature at, 120,000, feet. So I said,
your priest can't see curvature at 120,000 feet.
That's what he said. He said he looks flat. I said, well, he wasn't really talking about seeing subtle curve. He was talking about the ability to see the earth in its glory. And dude, the word was glory, right? They lost it. They were like, in its glory. What is this glory you're talking about? So I was just saying, when you use certain words colloquially, like science, flat earthers seem to short circuit.
What's science for you? Tell me your definition of science.
you're doing, you're doing, you're doing.
Come on, tell me.
That's funny. That's funny. I like that.
Come on. Tell me your definition of science. Science. Do you have to say it like in a malicious kind of sounding way? So people understand, so it's inground into people. Science.
Okay, I'm gonna do a Google. It says highest amount of frames taken per second ever.
16 billion, zillion. Let's think about that for a minute. 16 million miles an hour.
Hold on.
What
Here
the
we go.
fuck?
Can take.
How the fuck did you measure 16 million miles an hour?
Okay. See, here it is. It says some high-speed cameras can record events at over 1 trillion frames per second. Oh, what? What? This is. I am a 1 trillion frames per. Which camera is this?
You've only got another 29 to go, and it'll be your fucking national debt. Or is that zillion? Are you up to a zillion, or is it just a trillion? 30 trillion.
Wow, this is. I have to. It doesn't say what camera does it.
Sit down, Robert. Sit down when you're reading this fucking information, because if you fall over, we have to come and visit you in hospital.
Okay, it says ESO French Laboratories has an ultra fast camera that takes 1,500 images per second. Then there's another one that takes 164 frames. Then it says high speed cameras can record events at over 1 trillion frames per second, although this speed is far beyond conventional high speed astronomy applications, and it is used in other scientific fields for phenomena like atomic waves. What the?
So another word, just bullshit. That's the polite way of saying this. We're just making it up at this point.
Yeah, that's at the quantum level. So the highest frames in telescopes is 1,500 frames per second. Okay, all right.
Wow,
Mm-hmm.
that's epic.
Right. Wow. Yeah. So there you go. So you can you if you're taking 1,500 frames per second, this thing is traveling at 16 million miles per second around the center.
You know that it's like you go into edit, and there'd be 16 billion or 1 trillion. What do you choose? You get to about 300. You go, fuck this. I'm bored. This'll do, and just take the first frame what comes along. Why would you need 1 million frames? 1 trillion frames? Mind you, you said that the stars were moving 16 trillion miles an hour. Did you?
Per second. 15 million miles per second. Yeah.
So what camera would you need to capture that speed?
Well, to capture that speed, you need very large telescopes. You would need to. What you need to do is daisy chain all the telescopes around the world.
Daisy chain. How are you going to do that?
Yeah, you have to.
How are you going to do that though?
Easy. They've done it. That's how they took the first picture of Sag A.
So you're telling me they stuck a telescope on a telescope on a telescope?
Yes, but that's what they did around the world. They tethered them all together around like a
You're telling
like.
me they're in orbit. These telescopes are in orbit. Then they had to dock.
No. On the ground. What they did was They tethered the ones in Chile. Chile has a whole bunch of them. Sag A is only visible from the southern hemisphere. Just to let you know.
You know what they say. Chile's not just for carny.
What?
Chile's not just for carny.
What does that mean?
Chili sin carne. You get chili con carne. You get chili
with meat.
Chili sin carne. That's chili with meat or chili without.
No, it's not just visible from the southern hemisphere. So what they did was you should watch watch this documentary called The Edge
Of reality.
No. The End of All We Know.
What's it about? Give me a synopsis. Sell it to me, Robin.
The End of All We Know. Okay.
What's it about?
It's a very good documentary. I'll recommend it for you guys. It's basically black holes. We don't know past event horizon. We don't know. We don't know. We can theorize. We can measure the mass of it, but we don't know we can't see it. It's the void. But we can measure based on ultraviolet radiation, Hawking's radiation, all these kind of things. We can measure the mass.
Whose radiation?
Hawking's radiation.
Who's that? Stephen Hawkins.
Yeah.
He's got some fucking radiation named after him. Can't even fucking say nothing.
Oh yeah. Yes. Oh yeah. He put together a great theory that says black holes will eventually evaporate if there's no mass.
You're not real, Robert. He ain't real.
He's not real.
No, he's just like a guy in a fucking wheelchair.
Well, people in wheelchairs are real. I'm not sure. What are you? What is this? What are you?
He's not a scientist.
What are you talking about? Of course, he's one of the most brilliant minds the world has ever created. Where have you been?
Stop it.
He's considered the god of theoretical physics.
He's a character.
How do you know?
How do you know? How do you know he's not?
No, he's not, because the things he has said are true.
He ain't said anything. You can't.
What are you? Where have you been?
What's he said? He ain't said anything.
The question is, how do I know? Well, I think that there is a lot of evidence that he is, this guy that people perceive to be super smart.
Are you listening to rap?
Ooh, not me.
That's what you call an entrance.
You know that rap music's gonna vote your brain.
You sure that's going to be active, that?
Hey, Bev! Hello. What do you reckon, Stephen Hawkins? Real or character?
Both.
He wrote a book, right? He's got his name on a book.
Yeah, but if I wrote a book and put my name on it, don't mean I'm anything. I could do that.
I don't think you could.
Yeah, but it depends on what.
It's an
Can you
author.
book?
It's the name of an author for sure.
Can you book? Does your book have information that can be repeated? Is predictions? Is
You're
that in your
telling
book?
me, look, Robert, you made the mistake of you saying that what's his name, what's his face said that, but he didn't say nothing.
They didn't say nothing?
I didn't see his lips move.
So what did he say then?
Well, I just
I don't see your lips moving.
You imagine, right? Imagine Stephen Hawkins at a McDonald's drive-through. Is that irony? Can I have a beef burger? Are you taking the piss? No, give me a beef burger. No one's actually witnessed him saying anything.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. When did
you
witness him saying something? Then tell me how you discerned that he.
I've never witnessed you say anything.
Yeah, but I'm talking to you right now, Omni.
As far as I think so.
I'm not.
So I know
I'm
for
not
sure,
like
right?
Imagine if I was going.
You guys
Hello,
feel
Omnivore.
you're
Hello,
talking to each other
Omnivore.
while you're in the same Discord room.
Yeah, but it's like me saying hello, Omnivore. Then
Yeah.
then I have reason for you to say, is that really you? And I'd be going, yes, it is. Why would I lie?
I mean,
wouldn't it be fantastic?
I think that if I don't know if you're real, and you're claiming that, it's the same, basically the same thing. If you claim that Stephen Hawking isn't real, I think the same thing applies.
But Stephen Hawking can't fucking stop talking. He's not talking, is he? Sorry, Stephen Hawking isn't talking. It's hello. It's a little machine. It's the best. It's the best trick. Would it not be the best trick in the world?
I mean,
that would just be amazing, wouldn't it? You go and look. He's the greatest mind in the world. He's just some poor fucker in a wheelchair. He's paralysed and can't fucking talk. The disease he had, you can't live more than fucking 10 years. Can't fucking. He ripped it, didn't he? He smashed it. Everyone else is dead. That motherfucker just carried on.
I don't know that you're right about any of that, but okay.
Yeah, well, have a look at the disease he's got. That disease, you don't last too long with that, but he fucking outstripped anyone. He's like number one. He's got the gold medal.
Okay.
Yeah, just attribute that to God. God did it.
No. He was on Epstein Island. Why would God do anything for Epstein Islanders?
Well, but we didn't get the list of people, so how do you know he was on Epstein Island?
Well, I did see it on.
Someone told you a story and you believe it. Sure.
No, it was WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks.
In here, guys, just to. I was hoping that I was able to help Blue Marble and Jeff prove to themselves why it's not valid to put a camera on an auto level. But they seem to be running right now. The offer is still open.
Why can't you put a camera on an auto level?
Because it makes no sense.
Why does it make sense?
Well,
right.
Why would you want to put a? Go on,
listen,
I'll let Bev tell you.
Well, the new the electronic digital levels are cameras.
Okay. Why didn't you let Bev explain it since you asked him?
Yeah, let Bev explain it. What's wrong?
Well, no, I mean Blue Marble and Jeff were the ones that wanted to know, but they're not around here. They want us to write tips, right? So here's
Blue
what
just
you do.
popped in. Blue just popped in. Good.
I want to know.
All right. Okay. Here's what you do. You need an auto level and an attachment to put a camera on the auto level.
What's an auto level? That's the first thing I want to know.
It's a tool. It's for surveying, right? So anybody knows what it is, right? Now, This requires.
Does everybody know? I feel like maybe everybody doesn't know. I think.
Yeah, well, that'll be up to the people that have the auto level to explain it, because this is the method.
Okay.
The person has the auto level and the camera. The camera or the phone is on an account that is linked to Discord. So the camera from the auto level is shown in Discord. Now, here's what you do. The person with the auto level is going to perform a 2-peg test, a standard practice for anyone, a procedure that's done whenever they set the auto level up at the beginning of the day, right? So they would obviously know how to do an 2-peg test. They would then need to tell the people in the Discord, i.e. you guys, how to perform the 2-peg test. And the test is to do the entire test with the camera on the auto level. So you guys are leading the test, reading the numbers, and either Blue Marble or Larry or whoever's got an auto level, they're the ones that set the auto level up and move it, do the actual holding the rod, all of that sort of stuff, right? That's how you do it, right?
Okay.
And then afterwards, you know, or you will know, whether the addition of the camera still allows the auto level to function properly. Because that's the idea of setting up and doing the 2-peg test. It's a verification that the tool is within calibration.
Huh.
Is it better to have one staff or two?
You only need one. Well, you only need one measuring rod.
No, I'm just saying that if you know, like.
I know it's called a 2-peg test, but that's
I'm
the
just saying
procedure, the method of verifying that the tool is set up in a horizontal position.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like you could get two people, it'd be, you know,
It'd definitely be easier to have two people, because then you can have one actually on the auto level and the other one holding the measuring rod.
Okay.
I can help with a quick question. Bev, why did your Blackpool test show drop from horizontal?
Because there was a camera on the auto level, and it's not valid for any sort of surveying purposes. I think I've said that before. You said you don't believe me?
Weird
and
answer,
you can verify that for yourself. Just get somebody with an auto level to do a 2-peg test, and you'll verify it for yourself.
I don't necessarily think I trust you to know how to use an auto level, though. Are you certified?
No, but the person that has the auto level will be doing the setup of the auto level. All you'll be doing is reading the numbers from within the Discord.
I don't think you need
to armchair surveying.
If
I don't think there's a license.
I think he's not going to come up with the same conclusion you did.
Who isn't?
Jesse Path of Light.
Oh, is he? Can he do it?
Yeah,
he's got an auto level and the camera.
Yeah, he's got an auto level.
He's got an auto level.
Does he know how to do a 2-peg test? Does he do a 2-peg test?
Pretty sure he does.
Okay, so you'll be able to check whether his tool is within calibration by doing a 2-peg test. If it was, there you go. Then that's how you do it.
I bet it isn't.
Get it recorded. Get it as server. Make it a server thing. You know, you could make a video out of it.
I don't think his auto level's going to come up calibrated.
Well, no, I don't think he's got any of his tools calibrated.
Nah, 100%.
So, I mean, like, if he's the only one that you've got, then, you know, like, he's the only one that you've got, you'll still be able to do the test.
Okay, well, it doesn't have to be him. I mean, you just said somebody with an auto level would know.
Yeah.
You got shoe level. I mean, shoe bill.
Yeah,
but Larry hasn't got any auto levels. He's already said that.
Is he?
Yeah.
I thought he was on the level with all that shit.
No, he has the auto lights.
Don't want an auto level, is it?
No.
Well, I have a manual indexing geodetic level.
Can you put a camera on it and set it up like an auto level?
Yeah, they do fundamentally the same thing. It's just one.
but you need to
You,
perform
one
the
you
geodetic
have to.
test, though.
One takes operator input, and one does not. No, I do not
means
have camera
require-
attachments. I do not have camera attachments for the eyepieces.
Okay.
You can stick.
Only flurps need that.
What? People put them on their cameras on their telescopes all the time, Larry.
Oh yeah, a
okay.
telescope.
just
Okay,
work.
is a
All
telescope
sorts of people have
is an
them.
astronomic telescope the same as a survey level?
The eyepiece is the same for when you put your camera on the eyepiece. Yeah, I mean that's.
Well, you know, on a
same
telescope, they remove the eyepiece and replace that with a camera.
Yeah, but not these ones that just put your phone on them, Larry.
Well,
No, you
That's
don't
what
so
we're
remove
just
doing is
putting
we're
your
putting
phone
the
on is good.
phone
Just
on
holding your
the
phone on is good.
lens. Yeah, I mean they don't cost much. You get them from anywhere, really.
I got a good moon
Get-
picture if you want to see one. It's with a
Get them from anywhere.
Skywank. No, there's
But
the guy
the
had
thing
one.
is, you have to perform the entire 2-peg test with the camera on the level. So so the readings and everything gets done by everyone in Discord. All you get to do is set the tool up and hold the measuring rod. Make sure it's in focus for them.
Nice and easy.
Well, Bev, you have an auto level.
You understand?
Go ahead,
that?
attach a camera, and let's do it.
I've already done it. Like, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
you have a so
I've
you have a
done it.
camera attachment. You have a camera attachment for
Yes.
your auto level.
Yes.
Oh, good. Then go ahead. Go live.
No, this is when I say, Larry, when I say it invalidates the picture for surveying purposes, it's because I've done this test.
Did you learn that?
I know, Larry.
Yeah, but did you do it live with us all watching?
There's other
No,
people
did you do
that
it
don't
live?
believe me.
Did you
Larry.
learn that?
Just do it live.
So the idea here is for you to be able to do it for yourselves without me being involved with it. I'm just telling you the method.
So
He's
how
trying to
you
take the
can do
prize.
this.
I want to
for
know. Did
yourself.
you learn that it invalidates it in the training that you had?
What training?
Well, you're obviously trained in how to use it, right?
No, no one's trained into
No,
using
nobody's
auto level.
nobody's
Yes,
trained.
obviously, if
And
you've
don't
got
forget-
an auto level, you know how to set it up, right? It's not hard. It's not difficult.
It's not rocket science, Omni.
And let's not overlook. Let's not
Apparently
overlook.
it is.
Let's
Apparently
not
it is
overlook.
rocket science.
Oh, Lee,
Show
come
me,
on, let
show me the
Larry
course.
talk. Oh, come on, Slitsy. Let Larry talk. Come on.
Let's not overlook that new digital levels are cameras.
Well, but where did I mean, somebody obviously taught Bev that if you use a camera on the level, it invalidates it. So I want to know where you learned that.
I learned it by actually doing a 2-peg test with the camera.
So it turns out you're just bullshitting. You don't know that.
No, it's like a practical test. I know.
You just made it up. I got it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can do it for yourself and make sure.
Okay,
that I was making it up, right?
Okay, to be
Validate
clear,
what I'm saying by actually doing the test for yourself.
Okay, I just want one piece of clarification. So you did a 2-peg test while looking through the eyepiece, and then you repeated the 2-peg test with a camera, and they got different results. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes. Yes. We did it at Bedford level.
The Bedford experiment.
Yeah.
How about that?
So when you look through there,
to Bedford.
To be clear, when you look through the eyepiece and read the rod, and then put the camera up against there, the rod reading changes?
I don't know. I don't do it that way. We did the entire 2-peg test with the camera on the auto level. As you could do for yourself. You could test this for yourself. You get somebody with an auto level and a camera, and then everyone sat in the Discord can be the ones that are actually doing it. They can be reading the numbers from the camera on the phone in the Discord on a big fucking TV screen, sat down in their armchairs. Could do a bit of armchair surveying. like the blue marble scientists, and actually do a test. Actually do something
That's what
practical.
we've been hoping you do is something, Bev.
We've already done it. We've
Well,
already done it.
I just don't understand when he says
you don't
if you
understand
look
what?
through the instrument and read the rod and hold a camera up there and take a picture of the rod,
Don't
those
hold the
numbers are going to
camera
be
up there.
different.
There's an attachment that has the camera over the eyepiece. You can't look at the eyepiece when the camera's over it.
Well, yeah, you read the rod with your eyeball and then you take a picture of the rod with the camera. Are those two numbers going to be different?
I don't know. You can't do it like that, Larry.
Yeah, you can.
That's exactly how you. That's exactly what
When
you're
was the
asking
last
for. I
time
thought.
What the hell
set
else
up
would you
the
do,
thing
Bev?
with your eyepiece and
I
with your
thought that's what
camera?
you were
Have you ever
asking
done it?
for.
Have you ever done
No,
it?
I thought that's what you were asking for.
Have you
Show how
ever done it,
the
Larry? Have you
camera
got an
returns a
attachment?
different reading than your eyeball.
No, I said, listen, you can do it. You can do a 2-peg test. No doubt you've obviously done thousands of them, right? You as well, Blue. But have you ever done it with a camera over the eyepiece with everyone in Discord reading all of the numbers for you? That's the point.
That's a classic flat Earth in requirement. I
No,
swear to
it's a
God,
way of
we need
falsifying
shit. Yeah,
the
flat Earth needs shit
measurements
nobody else
for
needs.
the
Just
2-peg
keep
test.
heaping requirement on top of requirement. You'll eventually.
Blue Marble says it doesn't invalidate it at all. So he should
You
be
will
able to
eventually
do
construct
an
an
entire
impossible
2-peg
test,
test
something that
with the
can't be
camera
done.
on the auto level in Discord, shouldn't he? Should be able to do that.
What
I
have you?
suggest
What
do
do
it. You
you?
could be able to
What do
say,
you
yeah,
intend to
see,
compare
Bev,
it
you're
to, Biff?
wrong.
What do you intend to compare it to?
What do you mean?
So you do a 2-peg test with a camera on it. Now, what do you compare that to?
No, you, Blue, because you're the one with
What
the
do I
auto
compare
level.
it to, Bev? Let's say I do that. I do a 2-peg
Okay,
test
right,
with a
okay.
camera on the auto level.
All right,
What
Blue,
do I
you
compare that?
ready?
What
You
do I
ready?
compare those test results
Are
to?
you
I'm
ready,
ready. Go
Blue?
ahead. I'm ready. Go.
Okay, you're the one with the auto level. So what you do is you set the tool up, you do your 2-peg test, looking through the eyepiece, make sure that the auto level is within calibration, because obviously you know how to do a 2-peg test for yourself. You know how to verify that the auto level is indeed in calibration.
I
Right?
think
So
you should
you've
just
done that.
admit.
You've done that. You're happy with it because you can verify that the 2-peg test, it all works out and everything, right? Then you put a camera on the auto level. You attach that camera and you put it on in Discord, and you get the camera to show its screen to everyone in Discord. Then you perform the same 2-peg test throughout with the camera attached to the auto level.
Where do you calibrate auto levels? Do you calibrate it like on site, or do you calibrate it in like a actual controlled setting?
Yeah, you take the to calibration shop to actually calibrate it. But the
Okay,
2-peg
so
test isn't a calibrated tool.
The whole point of a 2-peg
so how
test. The whole point of a 2-peg test is it can be done anywhere, anytime.
Yes, and it can. It's
No,
just
I
to
know, but he's
verify
talking about
that the
the
tool.
calibration.
It's just to
He's talking about
verify the tool
calibration of the
is
tool too.
still in calibration. That's all the 2-peg test is for.
So what would you accept as like proof of calibration? Like a certificate, like the receipt from the thing? Like what, like you would need that dated, like within what time frame of the experiment also? I just want to get all...
That doesn't need to be done. It just, you need to be able to make sure that when you do the 2-peg test without the camera, the actual tool is within calibration. That's good enough for you, right? Obviously, you'd know how to do a 2-peg test and everything, so you'd know whether your tool was in calibration or not. Obviously, if you haven't got a tool that's within calibration when you do the 2-peg test, you're not going to get good results with anybody when you put the camera on it and let the people in Discord be able to do it.
What is the 2-peg test supposed to be, like a reciprocal zenith angle thing or something? Because I've never heard it called that.
You don't even
What's
know
the
what the
2-peg
2-peg
test?
test is.
Yeah, what's the 2-peg test?
Yeah, this isn't for you. Whoever has the auto level, Blue, or you guys, you experts, They are the ones that put the camera on the auto level and bring it into Discord and let people in the Discord do the readings, right?
Just want to point out that Bev is asking someone else to do work for his claim.
I know I've already done it. I've verified it for myself.
Oh,
I
so
know.
it is
I
fine to
know
do
what
it.
the results are.
It is fine to do
Nobody
it then
believes
if you've
anything.
already
This
done
is
it.
a way for you guys to
Makes
do
sense.
it for yourselves.
So when you did it, was it fine? Are you arguing that you can't use a phone, but you do use a phone, and it's fine?
Don't know what you're talking about, Dawn.
Yeah. So I noticed your circle, and you're pretending you don't know what I'm
putting
talking
a camera on the auto level invalidates the pictures for surveying purposes. That's
but you
always
said
what
you
I've
do
said.
You said you do that.
Yeah, we've got a.
Yeah, Bev said he did it. I don't know where he did it.
Yes,
If it invalidates it, why do you do
I
it?
definitely did put a camera on the auto level so people could see
What were the results, though?
what it's like to see over a certain distance. Yes, I did
Such
do
a circle.
No, you said you did the
good and
test
bad.
between not having a camera and having a camera. Where are those results, Bev?
What do you mean? Where are those results?
Right. When I said you're asking someone else to do the work for your claim, you said I already did it.
Not
Well,
my claim.
where are those
I can say
results?
it
Since you said you
invalidates
did it, right, Bev?
Blue Marbles claim that it doesn't invalidate it.
You made the claim that using a camera shows you something different than a human eye. Now, you are making that claim and asking other people to do the work for your claim. When I mentioned this into the chat, you then said that you already did it. So where are those results, Bev?
Right, guess where I was when I was doing this test.
Where are those results?
I was at Bedford with the auto level.
And you did a 2-peg test.
Where are those results, Bev?
Yeah, when you did the 2-peg test at the Bedford. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Where are your results for the last time you did a 2-peg test, Larry?
Oh, for fuck's sake. You're the one making the claim that if you use a phone, you see something different than what the human eye sees through the auto level.
Oh, I'm
now,
making the claim
when
that
I
you won't be
have
able to
mentioned
do a
to the
2-peg
chat
test. Now,
that
I mean,
your
not
claim,
doing the
you're
2-peg
asking other
test
people to do the work for that claim that you made. Now, when I said that, you said, I already did the work. Now
Yeah,
I'm
I've already
asking,
done it.
where
I
are the
verified it for
results
myself already.
from that work that you did, or at least that you said you did, Bev?
I was at Bedford.
Where are the results from that, Bev?
That they're what people saw when they were in Discord looking
Jesus
at
Christ.
the camera.
We just got to take your word for it. We only have to take your word for it. And you other people to do the work for you.
Take my
That's
word
the
for it.
thing
You
we
can do
want,
this
right,
yourself.
What are the numerical readings and how they varied with and without camera?
You know how to do a 2-peg test, Larry?
I asked
we just
what
have to take Bev's
I
word
asked
that
what
he
the
did it.
values of your 2-peg test at the Bedford levels, how they varied when you used and did not use a camera. The numbers.
Yeah, when we did the 2-peg test, right, it showed that the 2 positions were correct. The numbers worked out. The 2-peg test showed that the tool was in calibration, right? They were all correct. When we put the camera on it, we couldn't get it correct.
Okay, and if you couldn't get it correct,
even over the range that you do a 2-peg test, the addition of the camera on the auto level invalidates it because you can't do a 2-peg test. Now, you can verify this for yourself
take a
by
break.
doing it.
No, take a break. I got a question.
yourself.
So when you did the 2-peg test initially with your eyeball, you had to write numbers down and do the numeric solution. And when you put the camera on there, you retrieved the numbers and did the numeric solution, and they were different. We're asking for those numeric values.
I can't remember them, Larry. What was the last? What were the last?
Well, you had them written down.
Well,
you must have written them down. How did you do the numeric solution if you didn't write them down?
No, you don't need to write them down, for fuck's sake. Can you not remember a number?
Did you just say that out loud? You just said that out loud.
Remember a number?
Bev, we don't have confidence in your conclusions. So either show the data so that we can
guys don't
determine
even
that
know
if your
how to do
conclusion
a
is sound
two-peg test.
or not, because we cannot take just your word for it that your conclusion is sound. We don't trust you.
Do it for yourself. Verify it for yourself. Imagine that.
So should
Imagine that. Imagine that in order for the Earth to be flat, every geodesic
not
survey, every land survey has to be faked.
It's
All
not
of it
flat.
has to
The
be
Earth
faked.
isn't flat.
Every airline,
Yeah,
every
the Earth
airline
isn't flat. This
aviation
has got
has to
nothing
be
to do
fake.
with flat Earth. This is about doing
Yes, it
a
does.
two-peg test with a camera.
I don't need
That's
to
all
make a
this is
two-peg
about.
test in order to verify that the Earth isn't flat.
The Earth isn't flat. It's an auto level. It measures elevation changes. Any elevation change will show you the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, but you think elevation follows a horizontal plane, so let's just be real.
I think the auto level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. Yes. And the two-peg test is the test that verifies that the tool is within calibration and is indeed establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Bev, you try to get out of this, but the fact is that if you think level follows a horizontal plane, then you think the Earth overall is flat.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I know that the auto level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, and I know that the Earth is not flat.
Oh, but we all know you, Bev.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like
What
it's
been
a
fun
direct.
chatting with you, but I think you can do that. You can go off on your own now and perform
It's a
that
direct
test with the
difference,
two-peg test.
Okay,
I look
Bev,
forward
just
to
for
seeing
fun.
the videos of whoever it is that's doing it. I'm no doubt I might have to advise you again on the particular.
What do you think?
Well, for fun, Bev,
I just don't get it because I just looked it up. Like I don't understand what the big deal.
It's been fun.
Well, okay, what I just posted for fun is I looked through the eyepiece, put the crosshair on the strobe light, then I held the camera up to it, and the crosshair is still on the strobe light. So how did the camera change things?
I cannot believe that.
I think it's not so much that it changed anything. It's that when he actually did it, for real, the answer that he got wasn't congruent with the, let's call it the pancake Earth.
And he doesn't have to write numbers down to do the numeric solution to verify the two different two-peg test solutions. The one that showed good and the one that showed bad both required numeric solutions. So numbers would have to have been documented. But he doesn't have to write shit down. Why make a measurement if you're just gonna eyeball it and not write the data down?
Shudo, what you're looking here is that he's got a certificate, okay? He's got a certificate that means that he's been formally, powerfully trained. That certificate.
I know. I'm quite sure that given an auto level, he could set some concrete forms around a building. I'll give you that.
Don't you think there might be a simpler solution that the camera line of sight is different from the auto level's line of sight?
No.
That's why I posted a video.
It could be as simple as that.
No. You're so slow and behind.
No, and if you do two or three or four or five back-to-back two-peg tests using just your eye, you'll get different numbers every fucking time. You just will. And if you do the same thing with a camera hooked onto it, 3 or 4 or 5 times in a row, you'll get 4 or 5 different answers.
Yeah, but
They won't all be identical.
I'm sure the camera's line of sight is not set up as the same as the auto level. That's for sure.
You're looking through the same eyepiece as your eye is.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
There must be a. Well,
why wouldn't it matter? It sounds to you like that would matter. Why not?
No, I'm just saying that you can't say that. You're assuming it.
Well, no. I mean, if I'm looking,
I'm trying to look for a logical reason, an explanation. I shouldn't even be doing that. I should be laughing and saying,
Well, I
But
mean, the
I'm just
obvious
thinking,
reason is that Bev is actually a flat earther and just calls it something else. But
yeah, but look, even Larry's posted the same thing. I said that, and he goes, "Look, I posted exactly the same." I didn't even see what he posted, but I'm just thinking, like, you know, you've got a construction tool, and then you've got a camera. You know, I don't know. There might be a difference. You know, I would imagine before you have to check that they both line or both match or line up. I don't know.
Bro, they'd fucking design them as one object now that you buy all as one.
Oh
What are you
Exactly.
talking about?
attaching a camera to the fucking auto level.
No,
Door. Pay attention.
one thing.
Oh my god.
Cameras are good. If they were shit, you wouldn't be able to prove Earth was flat with them, would you? Cameras are good.
He's not sticking. Oh, I don't. Forget it. Forget it,
Yeah,
Sean.
definitely forget it. It was really dumb.
Yeah, because it's gone over your head. You don't know what you're talking about. Obvious. But never mind.
I suppose the Nikon P900 has the flattest lenses around, hey?
Oh my god, his shit.
Cameras are the best way to get good evidence. That's why we use them all over the world.
Why don't you hook up with Oblate, get a room, and you can smash it out?
Well,
So why do current electronic digital levels use an internal camera?
Right? If they're evil, why are they in there? If they make it wonky, why are the new ones got them in them?
Yeah, because they're aligned, didn't they? But Bev's not saying that. He's saying stick a camera on it.
You know, when you hold a camera to the eyepiece, you're photographing the reticle.
and I wonder where they got that name from. Maybe the retina, which is like your eye?
It's imagine like you're a rich man, you own telescopes, observatories, and someone says, "Hey, I think we can record this." You're
Oblate,
like,
I think they got it from your
no, it'll all be wonky and wrong. And then no one does good astronomy for 1,000 years because you were scared of cameras.
And it's extra funny to hear a Brit completely slam Ordnance Survey UK. The whole reason the zero longitude is in Greenwich is because England was the most superior cartographic geodesic institution for centuries.
Bunch of homosexuals, you know that, Larry.
Elite sailors.
Well, Schlitzie just pulled the loser card.
Yeah, Dawn's a product of their debauchery.
Yeah, Europe had all of the brains.
Wave Dawn, 6 fingers.
You know, I was just watching Silence of the Lambs, and Hannibal says you're one family, from settlers.
Like
you're one generation removed from the retard settlers.
I guess you have to be watching it to understand what the fuck you're going on about. My little six-fingered friend.
The Americas were discovered in 1492, right? By Europeans. Now, when they came here, nobody had any kinds of swords and guns and all these kind of things and, you know, strategic. No. I mean, 1492, they're already looking at the heavens through telescopes and all these kind of things. So, yeah, you know, Europe was the game in town at some point.
What the fuck? Yeah. Everything is Larry.
Yeah, you guys were talking about why Greenwich runs through England. So because they had the top cartographers and all these kind of things at the time, right? So I'm just letting you know that Europe was the game. Just like how the United States now is the big game in town. Europe was that at that time. And before,
Mother Elijah.
And before that, it was the Roman Empire, and you know the Turkish and the Greek, and you know it's just that Europe, you know, Napoleon and all those people kind of ushered in an era of just
European dominance.
I found that quite contradictory what Bev was saying, because he was saying it's really bad if you had a camera and it devalues all of the test, but I do it quite often, and if you pay, I'll do it privately for you, which is very helpful. So it's like, but those two things contradict.
Well, remember, Bev is a hybrid flat earther globe. He's a hybrid. So yeah, he's somewhere in the spectrum there. But the truth of the matter is that they're all wrong.
He's fucking mental. That's the truth.
I mean, what people have to understand is that the Earth is empirically observed to be a globe. It's not a. It's not a model. With theatolite experiments with stars and all these kind of things, these are just short, small variations that you can find. There's a lot of phenomena going on our globe, refraction, and the Earth is turning, so it's causing wavelength changes. I mean, the reason why stars twinkle is because the atmosphere. There's atmospheric gradients and a bunch of different things. Magnetic field, going on. So so you can find little phenomena, little variations here and there, but the Earth is empirically observed as a globe. It no matter what, since the 1940s, when they sent up the V2 rockets. That's it. It's done. It's a wrap. You guys are sitting on the ground and trying to still determine that the Earth is a globe or flat. Of course, it's gonna feel flat to you. Are you interested in trying to know if it's a globe? No, you're not. You're not. You're lazy,
You're
right?
totally right, mate.
Yeah, I'm just calling flat earthers lazy. That's all I'm doing.
And don't forget, 90+ % of them know damn well it's all cosplay. They're only trying to out crazy each other.
100%.
You can't tell me that David Weiss and Mark Sargent are completely aware.
Listen, I mean, it's science. Listen, you go to school, you study, and you become one of these, expert in one of these areas, and so that you can learn the true nature, the truth about our world. Flat earthers are not doing that. They're using third grade mentality to analyze the world, right? Of course, the Earth is flat in the third grade. Of course, the Earth is flat in the kindergarten. Of course, if you ask a kindergartner kid right now, hey, what shape is the Earth? Well, it feels flat, right? That's what they're going. That's flat earthers. Just continue to school.
What happened in the 1940s when you said it proved the globe?
Oh, the V2. That's when they sent up the first V2 rocket.
Who was that? So when they sent up the first rocket, what about Picard? Because he was the first one into space, weren't he?
He didn't go to space. He didn't go nearly as high as the V2. And the V2 he's describing had a camera on board.
Right.
And so that was the first photography from those much higher elevations.
But he's seen it with his bare eyes.
He wasn't high enough.
But he said
well, with his bare eyes. He said, yeah. He said, yeah. Well, no, that is not a direct quote from him. That is some other journalist having misquoted him.
It was in a news article. You can get that out.
Yeah, but it's not a quote from him. It's an interpretation by the
in the news article, and then the news article, the person that did the interview with him, or however they did it back then, I'm not sure if it was him writing a piece to them or they actually physically interviewed him, but they quoted him as saying that.
Well, Picard was by no means a flat earther. He put himself up in that balloon several times.
Yeah, but he did say it looked flat with upturned edges.
No, he did not.
Yeah, he did.
In the article, it uses those words, but they are not in quotations.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. I guess you could assume that if you take it out of context, you could assume that.
No,
Well, so
that was at
your
like
only
30.
evidence is
That was at
basically
35,000 feet.
check this.
That wasn't
check this
at
photo.
altitude. He said that.
That's your only evidence. You say you see it everywhere, but your only evidence is check this photo.
Well, we do have the evidence of our current orbiting satellites. We don't even have to use history.
Yep.
The satellites which are corrected.
They're not corrected.
Yes, they are.
The ones that you can see with your own eyes. The ones that you
Well, how are they corrected? To what point are they corrected?
Well, they're
Are they
corrected
making
for the
curve
fact
out of
that
flat?
They've been corrected for the. They have got a meridian correction. There's about 5 different corrections.
Yeah, for the
For what?
geodetic positioning and thereof, but how about just the photography?
Well, like I say, and then you're going back to you just
You want to throw out all these Shane
back. Literally,
Yeah,
oh
you want to
look.
throw out you want to throw out all these Shane and Allen terms about meridian corrections and shit, which has to do with GPS
No,
positioning.
that's the
maybe.
concession. You're not allowed to invoke Shane or Allen. That's not fair.
Yeah, they're idiots.
Yeah, you shouldn't invoke them unless you
I've
understand the
conceded like
argument.
4
and they
times in the
don't.
past 30 seconds. This is hilarious.
Are you pretending?
You're
Are you
literally
pretending
like,
the Earth
you're
is really?
literally going off like, oh,
Are you one of those
everything proves the globe? But so far, we had the
One at
conversation
a
about
time, please.
photos.
Are you one of the 90%
Then you said no, it's not
pretend the Earth
photos.
is
It's not
flat?
satellites. Then you
Hey,
circle back
gentlemen,
to
one at a
photos
time.
again. What's
Are
all
you
this
one of the
evidence that you keep talking about? That's what I'm interested in.
Are you one of the 90% that pretend it's flat, or the 10% that think it's flat?
Yeah, mate. I'm not playing this game. It's boring.
Yeah, you are playing this game.
No, I'm not.
We're trying to bully someone now, Shubu.
It's a boring game because you can't literally can't answer any questions. You've just literally circled back. We said all you've got is these photographs you take, and then
What
you
questions do you have?
with just one push, you circle back to photos again.
Okay,
honestly.
what questions do you have that we can answer? Be
Well, I
specific.
was just responding to that other dude that obviously, what's his name, Star or whatever, that obviously hasn't got a clue what he's talking about. He sounds the most deluded person ever. He couldn't name anything. He was just like saying words like electromagnetic field and all this other stuff. But yeah, obviously I got a clue what he's talking about. But I'm just wanting to know like what the latest evidences are. Like, what are your guys' evidences at the moment? It'd be interesting to see where you guys are right now.
Well, he
Just
addressed
ad
me.
homing the entire time. So that's boring.
Let me just address him real quick. Address me. Every single thing I said to you a while ago, you can research it. There are magnetic fields. The
Yeah, I
Earth
know there's
has
a magnetic
gradients.
field, and it doesn't
Yes,
help.
the
though,
Earth.
so-
The Earth has a magnetic field. The Earth has pressure gradients.
Yes, the Earth has a
The Earth,
magnetic
there's
field. Right?
refractive
How do you connect
indexes.
the magnetic
There's
field to
refractive
globe?
indexes. All
Hold
of
on.
these sort of things, yes, because they're poles, right? So the Earth has a core, right? It has a solid core. It has a liquid
Okay,
core.
can you
It has a
prove
solid,
that core
and as
then?
that solid
Can you prove
core,
the core?
hold on. I'm answering your first question before I go to the second question. So the solid core, as it's turning in the liquid core, it creates a magnetic field. The magnetic field comes out at your north
Yeah,
and your
so
south
core
and
creates
wraps
the
around
field. All
to
right, prove it.
your south pole. This brother, I guarantee you, what I just said, you can read and get information about.
Okay,
And
prove it. Bloody hell, stop talking about how
hold
it's true and not actually displaying any evidence for it.
If you cannot read and get information about what I just said, I'll pay you $1,000.
Prove it. Why don't you try and prove it? 'Cause I
I'll
think
pay you $1,000.
fairies are at the center of the
Okay.
earth.
All right.
I think fairies are running
let's get
around creating a magnetic field, and I don't need to.
Right.
Apparently, I
So
don't
hold
need
on.
to
This is
demonstrate anything, so
I'm
it's
going to
all
answer
good.
your second question, and I'm going to yield the mic. So yes, we can
So
prove.
you've not proved anything
Hold
then.
on.
Hey,
Right, yeah,
hey,
so
hold
you're
on,
an idiot.
wait.
You
Hold
are
on one second.
literally
If
an
we're
idiot. You
gonna
think
we're
proving
gonna go
things
back
is
and
saying,
wait.
why don't you look
Stop.
online? So you've got your opinions, you can't justify anything.
Stop talking. If we're gonna do this, right, you're gonna allow him to finish his statement before you ask another question, okay? That's how we're gonna do it.
He didn't.
Okay.
He didn't address the first point. He was moving on to the second point without
Okay.
addressing
Yes.
the first
So
point.
when he addresses it, stop talking and let him respond.
Well, actually, I was originally talking, and I was within a conversation, and I basically quoted him or whatever, I referenced him or whatever, and then he started saying, "Well, as you've mentioned me, then I'm going to start talking now and tell you
Yeah,
about
because
it."
you pause. Because you pause,
And
brother.
you've not even actually the statement that I was making. You've not actually addressed it
Yes,
at
I
all. You
did.
just said,
Yes,
"Look online."
yes.
You've literally
I
just said, "Look
said
online." That's it. You
you
can't really
stated
look online,
one of
so
the
you can't justify anything then.
one of the things I
Yeah, because you're
stated
an idiot. Literally, just proving my point.
one of the things I stated was the magnetic field that the Earth
Yes,
has,
a magnetic
and it is
field which is caused by the Earth core. Yeah, I know.
by the
I
Earth's
understand
core.
what your model is. I want you
Okay.
to prove that claim. Why don't you
Okay, great.
prove it?
Awesome. So this is what we're going to do. This is your second question, right? So we have things called seismographs, and these instruments will measure what's inside of the Earth, right, all the way down to the core. So look it up. This is a tool. It's a tool
Yeah,
that we use.
seismology. Yeah.
Look at hold on. Seismology, right?
Yeah, I
You know
know.
about
Yeah.
seismology, right? And what it
So how
does,
does that prove
it
what's
know
at the center
this is
of the
how
Earth then?
this is how we know that we have a core, right? And this is how we know what's there,
Right.
right?
Okay. So how
Down
does
there. Right.
seismographs tell us that we know we have a core?
Exactly. So when vibrations go through the Earth, right? These vibrations come back with certain characteristics that tells you distance, right? What it is made up of, composition, all of these kind of things. If it is liquid, if it is solid, seismology does that for you. And by the way, you can buy a seismograph from Amazon and test it yourself,
So
right?
okay, let's okay. So
And all
what
this
about these vibrations tell us that the Earth? So what is it about him? You've just said the vibrations. So what is it about these vibrations that tell us that the Earth core is? I don't know what you.
Exactly.
So are you saying it's molten? Are you saying it's solid?
Yes. Right. So these vibrations, these waves, right? They come back with certain characteristics.
Right. What
to the instrument.
characteristic?
Okay. So the velocity of the waves, for example, wavelength, right? All of these kind of things, right? They have P and you have S waves. They have all these different things and different elements. They register different on these spectrums.
Why does this prove that the center of the Earth
I'm just
solid?
so again, it proves when these waves are red, it tells you distance the waves have traveled. What is there? What's it called? What
They don't. They get the
things,
distance
hold
wrong.
on. What it is
They don't get it right. They get it wrong.
It tells you what is passing through, the compositions, what it's made up of. All of those things is coming back with to the instrument, because and when it's looking at and reading the waves.
Yeah, and they get the predictions wrong.
And
They don't always get it right.
there's not much prediction. They don't have to do any prediction. They don't have to do any prediction.
And also, let's say, so do you believe there is some molten?
No, we are
reading molten levels to the Earth. Then
Gentlemen,
there's molten magma levels to the Earth.
Gentlemen, allow each other to finish, please.
Okay,
sorry. So do you think there are molten? Do you think there's molten rock under the ground at any point at any level?
It's called lava.
Yes, you can see that, as you can see, it goes through a volcano.
So obviously the Earth's core is solid, and then you've got molten lava closer to you. How do you justify that?
No, it's not just. I just gave you the instruments already. Did you forget that part? The instrument reads all of that.
Yeah, you said that
seismograph.
The vibrations. Yeah.
Right.
You not didn't explain anything about why your
Is that a why? Is that a why?
Solid.
Is a how? Is a how?
Did anyone claim it? I don't think anyone claimed it was solid.
That's what he's arguing right now, isn't it?
No, part of the core. Part of the core is not solid. You have the inner core, which is solid, a little soft.
Right. So yeah, you got the which is what you were first talking about. Which you talked about, and you mentioned that because I'm assuming you were saying that that's where the electromagnetic field is coming from.
Right. Yes.
The geodynamo effect. Yeah, that's what that's called.
Yeah. So, and you were saying you can tell that because of the type of vibrations you get back from it, which you didn't explain at all. You just said the type of vibrations, which kind of.
Yes, seismology is a thing. Seismology.
Yeah, I know it's a thing. Yeah, great. So, if the inner core is solid and then it's surrounded by molten lava, then how would How would the readings not? How would that work then?
Seismology should answer your question, like seismology. I
Yeah,
mean, if you want to look
the
up,
answer's not.
specifically, just learn about
That's not.
seismology.
That's not justifying anything by just saying seismology
No,
and
but you're
then
asking
vibrations
questions
on it.
that you should.
Not
You're asking
explained
questions.
anything.
Hold on. You're asking questions, right? None of us are seismologists, right? But
Yeah,
if you
so
want to
why
know
bring
more
it up
about
then?
seismology, maybe
You
you should
brought it
go and
up.
research. Go and research seismology
Now
if
you're
you have
telling me
those
to
type of questions.
research again. You literally cannot
Why
justify
not?
your position.
Why
So
not?
why
Why
bring it up?
do your own? Don't flat earthers say do your own research? That's where you should start.
All right, okay, I'll take that as a concession then that you can't explain it. So now I've got to go and research it myself. Fine.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Right, great. That's
Seismology.
brilliant. Right.
None of us are
Anyway,
seismologists.
I'm
We can
here
give you the
because I'll take that
information.
concession, but I'm here because I was going
No,
to learn
we
about
can.
Mormons, apparently.
We can give you. Okay, none of us are seismologists. Okay, but we can give you the
Yeah,
information.
so why
and you
bring
can
it up?
go
You're saying you can find this evidence everywhere. You went to seismology and can't explain it. Now you're telling me
Yes,
to do
it's
my
a thing.
research. Great.
Yes, absolutely, it's a thing.
Yeah, so yeah, that's a concession. So why bring it up? Why use that as your primary go-to
It's
evidence
not a
then? I was
concession
saying
because
like
we
what
know
people.
seismology is a thing. It's not a concession.
Yeah,
You
I
and
know
I
it's a
both can agree
thing.
that seismology.
And
No, you and I both can agree
you've
that
not proved it
seismology
as
is a
being the
thing,
thing.
right? What do you mean can't prove it? There's an entire industry of seismologists.
You've
There's
not
an entire
proved
industry.
anything. You've just said
What do you mean?
seismology.
What do
Oh
you
my
mean? What?
dear me.
Okay, what is seismology?
Great.
You know what it is? People who
Do I
actually
know what
work in that
seismology
field.
is?
People who actually work in that
If
field.
seismology is your claim, you should be telling me what it
It's
is,
not a
not that
claim.
there's
It's a thing.
vibrations and you can read these vibrations on a
Thank you. That is seismology.
seismograph
Yes.
and
Yes.
then
It's not a claim. It's a
Yes.
thing.
It's a
yes,
thing.
I know, but you've not explained why reading these vibrations prove a
Yeah, we already
globe.
told you. We already told you, brother.
No, you didn't.
These waves. Okay, you're not listening. What you're doing is denying. What you need to listen as these waves come back with certain characteristics.
Yes, and I asked what
Hold on, brother.
characteristics.
Again, that tells you what the core is made of. Distance to the core.
How? Explain that, please.
Brother. Hold on, dog. You're not listening. You need to listen carefully. All right.
Explain why these characteristics prove a globe. Yeah.
Okay, hold on, brother. Listen to what we're saying to you.
I am, and you've not explained why these characteristics
We have
prove a globe.
given you a tool that measures the core.
The measure vibrations, right? Yeah. So you gave us a tool that can measure these vibrations,
right?
So yeah, it doesn't measure the core; it measures vibrations.
There is a tool. It measures
right.
It measures
so
the
connect
size
this. Connect this to the magnetic field.
What it's made up of, based on how these vibrations are read by the instrument, brother.
Yeah,
that's how it works.
That's what I'm wanting to know. I'm wanting to know what is it about the characteristics of these vibrations that tell you it's the core.
Want to know?
I want to know because you said just by saying seismology and characteristics doesn't explain why these characteristics.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
You've got to connect that. You've got to explain why these characteristics. What is it about the characteristics that prove a globe? What is it about it?
Brother, we're proving the core, not a globe. The core.
Okay. The core then. What is it about the core? And if you're saying it's a solid core anyway, why wouldn't the ground under a flat Earth be solid anyway? So it's like.
Okay. I'm going to give you one character.
Anyway, you're not substantiating your claim. You're just saying words. You're saying characteristics.
I'm going to give you one. I'm going to give you one.
Come on, man. Give me one. Give me one. I'll look forward to it.
So check this out. Check this out, brother. The waves, it travels faster through liquid than it does through solid.
Yes.
That is registered on the instrument. So as the wave is traveling through the earth, there's the speed of that wave is measured when it gets to the liquid outer core.
Wait, how do you know? How do you know if it?
When it gets to the inner core, it slows down.
So, but how do you know which part you're measuring? How do you know you're measuring the inner core compared to the outer core?
Check this, because the wave is still traveling. So what they've done is hold on. You know how long the wave is traveling. When it hits a liquid, it goes faster. Then it slows again.
Yeah, but how do you know the source of this wave? Because you're measuring it on the ground of the Earth, right? We're measuring it here. We've got sensors on the ground. So how do you know where this wave's coming from?
Hold on. Do you understand? Do you understand what I just said?
Yes, I understand it, but you're still not
Right.
substantiating anything. You've
No,
just
you're asking a
explained
different. No, you're asking a different question.
No, I'm addressing your question with another question. Well, not your question, your statement.
But
With
do
a
you
question.
understand? So as the wave is traveling through the earth, it goes faster through liquid. That's how they know.
So as
That's how they know.
you're saying, let me just steal, man. So you're saying the waves traveling from the center of the earth, right, outwards to the surface of the earth.
Right.
Right. So you're gonna need to. So if the wave's coming from the center of the earth, which is you're just assuming that this is what's happening, that it's coming.
No, no. We know where we know how long the wave is traveled. That the
Yes,
instrument.
from the surface, at the surface level, not coming from the core, all the way up through the different layers to the
The
surface.
vibrations go all through the ground, all through the earth. We know how long it's traveled, and all that is registered on the instrument. So
At the surface, not at the core.
Here's another thing. Here's another thing
It's
that
at
you
the
don't know.
surface.
So
You know when it's
the
traveled
wave,
at the parts of the surface.
when
So
the wave travels through, say, liquid, it goes faster than it does through molten rock.
right.
All of
But
that
that's
is
going. You're talking linearly from
all of those
the
are
surface,
registered on the
going
wave.
not from the
On
core.
the
They don't
instrument.
do that from the core outwards. They do it from different parts on the surface.
Okay, and what's wrong with that?
How is that proving what's happening at the core? You're saying it's coming from the source of the core.
Yeah,
Oh
the
my
wave
god!
is traveling.
Anyway, I ain't got time for this nonsense, to be honest.
Your brother, the wave is traveling perpendicular to the instrument.
Yeah, great. So it's 9:30 here, and I've got to go in a minute.
Down
So I
through
was.
the ground. It's through the
Oh, he's
ground.
gone.
This is how they know. This is how they know where oil deposits are, using seismological.
Right, yeah, but it's not proving anything about the core. Your point is talking about the core. You're not proved anything about the core.
No, I'm giving you another lockdown proof. So seismological instruments are used to find oil deposits. When they
right.
Hold on.
Yeah,
when
the surface, which is at the surface. Yeah.
When they drill, they find the oil and they sap the oil out.
We're not drilling to the core, are we?
Those waves that they find oil deposits, those waves continue downwards through the earth, and the instrument is picking up how long those waves have traveled, what they have traveled through.
Yeah, on the surface.
What's on the surface? Is oil?
They're measuring these vibrations on the surface. They're not doing it from the core outwards. And I've explained this, and you still keep talking about the same thing.
They don't need to do it from the core outwards.
Well, how do you know what the core is then if you're not measuring anything to do with the core?
Easy.
Just measuring from point A to point B on the surface of the earth.
Check this out. They find oil deposits.
Yeah, on the surface. Yeah, which is like pimple, where they dig down, which is like a little pimple. It's like a little pimple on the earth.
Oil deposits are not on the surface of the earth. They're underground.
They dig down like a little pimple to get some of the oil out, and that is nowhere near what you would explain it to where the core would need to be.
Brother, the waves. What we're trying to tell you is that the seismograph has.
No, what you're trying to tell me, not what we. No one else is trying to tell me. This is what you're.
I've used seismographs. I have.
Right, yeah, you're not displaying a very good job that you do that, do you? So you're perhaps on a new career.
Yes, I've used it, and it works very nicely. So this is how, and we know.
Yeah, it might work, but you're not explaining how this is proving the core.
I'm going to do it again for you because you're slow.
How have you used the seismograph? What do you mean by that?
So basically, we have found oil deposits with it. So that is, and where do oil deposits live? Oil deposits are underneath. Hold on, brother. Oil deposits are underneath the ground. Seismographs. Are you really that simple to think that the waves stop at oil deposits?
No.
Exactly.
I think it does, but you're measuring from point A to point B on the surface of the earth. You're not measuring all the way down to the core down out to the other side. That's not what's happening. It's happening on the
wait.
surface. It's not happening down to the core.
That's a claim.
So you need to remember your point. Your point was
that's a claim. No.
substantiating the
You
core.
just made a claim. You just made a claim
No,
that we're not measuring.
I'm still manning your
just made
claim.
a
I'm not
claim.
claiming that. No, I'm not claiming that. I'm not standing behind that.
You
I'm
just
not
made a
claiming that.
claim. I'm going to say this again. You just made a claim that we're not measuring to the center. That's what you just said.
Yes, you're not, by definition, what you're doing there, you're not measuring the core by definition.
That means you know how seismographs work.
Yeah, and you're not measuring to the core. You measure it like I said.
Great.
Like,
so
you've not addressed this first point yet. So
now, so you have been pulling our strings here. So you know how seismographs work.
Sure.
Great. So tell us why seismographs don't go to the core.
You're measuring the vibrations on the surface from different points.
No, we're measuring the vibration.
You're not measuring it from the core outwards. No, you're not. You're measuring it on the surface from whatever points that they have the equipment set up.
Okay, no, but oil deposits are not on the surface.
And then, like you say, you can understand the speeds of which they're traveling, because from point A to point B, then the seismograph it's got that kind of sensor thing, and it'll do that little squiggle on a graph, and then you can see, oh, it's going crazy. There must be an earthquake happening soon, because the graph's spinning out of control. Then it'll hit a point where it's like, this is in territory now where earthquakes are going to be predicted to happen.
Right.
And that's on the surface. It's not going from the core outwards.
No, brother.
It's from two stations located on the surface of the earth.
How do they know oil deposits? Oil deposits are not on the surface.
Yeah, you can find, but oil deposits are on the surface. You literally you drill down a little bit.
Are not. They are miles down. What are you talking about?
How many miles down? How many miles?
Oil deposits. I'm just letting you know they're not on the surface.
No, how many miles down?
No, brother. Miles down are not on the surface.
So you're telling me they're drilling miles down? How many miles?
No, I'm just letting you know miles down are not on the surface of the earth.
Yeah,
where you're standing is on the surface.
Yeah, so miles down. Right. Tell me, how many miles do they drill to get oil?
No. The point I'm trying to make to you is that oil deposits are underground. They're underground.
Yes, they're underground, and you drill down a little bit like a pimple. That's not comparison to drilling down to the Earth's core, is it now?
Let me say. So you know? Okay, let me. So you know, seismographs stop at a certain point. You know that for a fact.
No, because you're measuring from point A to point B. That's how they determine it. They're measuring from A to point B.
Brother, you know,
one station won't be enough. You have to have different stations.
What does point A to point B mean?
Where the stations are set up. I don't know. Wherever they want to set them up, where they have them stationed. They have them all over the place.
No, brother. The seismograph is reading vibrations from underground.
Yes, and they have to reference from other stations.
They don't have to. The one seismograph can pick up vibrations from underground.
Yeah, and then they can. But when you were speaking about the vibrations,
right,
going from that, you can tell the speed of the vibrations.
Yes,
you would do that from going from the different stations.
Right, from where the seismograph is going down.
No, because otherwise it's a reification, because you actually don't know.
What are you talking about? Oil deposits are underground, and they find oil deposits.
Oil deposits are on the surface. You have to.
Oil deposits are not on the surface. They're miles down.
Yes, they are. You drill down a little bit. You don't drill down miles like what you said. You thought they drilled down miles. You know, the deepest hole ever dug was like 7 miles or something like that.
Why are you?
So they don't drill down miles.
Miles are underground. So seismographs are reading data from underground.
On the very first or the outer layer. You don't go any further than the outer layer.
Okay, what's stopping it from
nowhere near?
What's stopping
you can't go any further.
Why?
They can't drill any further. They drill 7 miles. They did it in Russia. I'm sure you should be aware of that.
Mr. Expert, what's stopping the vibrations from going further down?
What kind of question is that?
What do you mean? It's a great question.
What's that got to do with anything?
Of course, it has everything to do with it.
What? Explain why your question's relevant, because it doesn't make any sense.
The vibrations they go down and they measure oil deposits. What's stopping it from going further?
Why do you keep talking about oil deposits? Because you was talking about the center of the earth, now you keep mentioning oil deposits.
Yes, the reason why I talk about oil deposits because you started to talk about the surface, and I'm saying they use it to find.
No, you started to talk about the surface when you was explaining how they do the.
I am underground. I am way underground. What are you talking?
I wasn't talking about the surface. You started talking about the surface. So don't play that game with me.
You said they're only on the surface, and I'm saying where are oil deposits? Those are not surface; they're underground.
Well, they practically are on the surface. If you look at your idealized globe model and you look at where the oil deposits are and how far they would have to dig, it's literally at the surface.
Okay, great.
They're not digging anything.
Hold on. You just said practically.
You said they had to dig down miles, which is hilarious. You don't even know how far they have to dig yourself.
Yes, give me.
You don't dig miles for oil.
Yes, give me a distance. Give me a distance on practically. How far is practical?
How far is practical?
Yeah. You said practically on the surface. Like, what's practically? How deep is that?
Right. So if you look at your globe, right, look at it from, you can see the whole thing. Yeah. You got your different layers, right?
Right.
You've got your very outer layer.
Right.
What you're referencing is the very inner layer. But to substantiate your very inner layer, you're talking about the very outer layer. So, which is where my contention is, because I'm like, why are you talking about the outer layer and talking about oil deposits, which are practically on the surface if you take your globe into account and you're looking at it? Yeah, you literally dig down a few meters. Yeah, you can find oil on the surface as well. You can literally find oil on the surface.
3 meters?
How far down do you think oil is in miles?
It's not miles. Put it that way.
Well, it is. Some of it is. Some of it is 7.5 miles deep.
That's right.
That's the absolute limit.
The deepest hole ever dug was about that.
Wow.
Yeah, no, brother, but that's a physical.
They weren't digging for oil. They were just seeing how far they could go.
No.
That oil well ever depth drilled was 40,000 feet. An oil well.
That's right. So we're not talking about a physical.
Yeah. So yeah, you can talk about the inner core or not, because I've got to go now because.
Okay. So now you understand. Now we've gotten you to come off of the surface of the earth. Now you're underground. Finally, thank God. So now.
So you've got. Yeah. That's funny. That yeah. Yeah, that's funny.
I want you to think about
where we would be is if we're looking.
When you go home, think about what stops the vibrations. Nothing.
Well, what you've not proved, because you've literally not said anything. You said the characteristics of the vibrations, which I'm still waiting for. That's literally what's in contention right now. And then you started alluding to things which were on the outer layer. You've not got to the core. Vibrations from the core. If vibrations from the core are coming up from the core to the outer layer, and you're picking these up in the machines.
Yeah, we are.
Right?
Yes, we are.
You have to substantiate that it's coming from the core.
Yeah, because we know how.
It's just a reification fallacy. You're saying we've measured something. It must be coming from the core. Doesn't mean it actually is coming from the core. You need to prove it's coming from the core, and you need to prove how it proves.
Prove how it does. So
it's a solid core, like you were mentioning. You need to. There's a lot of things that you need to prove right now.
Oh yeah, there's a lot. You are darn right.
All you've done is said oil. We dig a little bit, which is a pimple on the earth.
We have always said to you, flat earthers, that science is complex and there's a lot you need to go study. So this is what I'm going to say to you. You cannot understand it by sitting in your favorite chair. So this one will say to you.
You've not explained anything yet. It doesn't look like you understand it. You've not explained anything. You've just said characteristics of. You've not explained anything.
You denied it. I told you that the vibrations, they travel a certain distance.
Explain what about the vibrations prove your claim. Explain that.
Again, the vibrations
can pick up oil deposits. There's nothing
At
stopping
the
those
surface.
vibrations. Those
At the outer
vibrations.
layer. All right, I'm sorry if I
those-
say
okay,
surface. On the
again,
outer layer.
brother,
How does
brother,
this
I
on
am
the outer
telling
layer prove the inner
I am
layer?
telling
How does it prove the inner layer?
what you
Well, you're
need to do is
measuring
stop
on the
talking.
very outer layer. How does it prove the inner layer?
It's totally
It's
again.
killing me.
Okay, this is the last
Yeah,
thing I'm
you've
going to
not
say to him.
substantiated anything. You've just said the
You have denied
characteristic.
it. Okay, you know what? I'm going to repeat it one last time.
You've not said anything, so please don't. Because you need to substantiate your claim, and by saying characteristics isn't
like
any form of substantiation.
I have. I'm going to say it one last time. So the waves are traveling. Whenever they travel us, we know the
Well
distance.
done, yeah, waves travel. Well done, yeah. So how does this prove the inner core? What you
it does prove it because when the waves hit oil deposits, we know. So we know the waves traveling. So the waves travel beyond.
Yeah, we know waves are traveling. Yeah.
Hold on, dog.
So how does this prove your claim of the core then?
Stop.
How does it prove it?
I am doing it again. So the waves travel through the oil deposits.
Yeah.
We know the distance that it has traveled. We know that it keeps
No, you know,
traveling.
no. You don't know the distance the waves have traveled.
Brother. Okay, brother. Again, you need to stop talking. Okay? So how do we know that there are oil deposits there? Because the waves travel there. When they come back to the machine, we know the depth. The waves keep traveling. Okay, yeah.
Right, so you're saying these machines, they push all the way down to the center of the core then?
Okay, because sound.
They don't have to go to the core.
The thing is that, as you know, through solid, sound travels faster through solid.
Yeah, and yeah, we get that, but we understand that we've been able to identify that there's oil, right?
So these waves,
which is on the outer layer, right? Yeah, so we've identified that.
This is how we know that we have the core. When the waves get down to a certain depth, they begin to spread again. And that is how we know that point where it begins to spread. Hold on. When the waves begin to spread out again, that's how we know it has reached a maximum point.
But you're not measuring the waves going into the core to know that.
Yes, brother.
No,
because
what you're measuring is what's at the surface. Because you physically would need to go to that place to measure.
No, remember, we've been through this. We pick up oil deposits on the ground. So we've been through this. We're not measuring the surface. We're not measuring the surface.
We do, right. We're there now. We finally got there, right.
We've been through this. We've done with that.
For your claim to be true about the core, you will literally need to go to that position to know exactly where the vibrations is traveled from the surface to the core. You would need to measure at each point to know exactly what's happening to that wavelength.
We know that's what the tool. That's what the tool does.
What you're measuring on the surface doesn't prove anything of what's happening at the core.
That is what the tool does, brother. As the tool, it registers how far the waves are traveling. It knows when as it travels through liquid, it goes faster. That's registered on the instrument. It gets to solid.
Yeah, you've explained all this, and you've not substantiated what's at the core. You keep just repeating yourself.
Okay, hold on. No. I'm just telling you how deep the core is.
For someone that projects quite a lot and talks about science and how people are stupid, you should actually really learn how to substantiate an argument.
I am giving you one. Just one. I'm telling you the distance to the core. Just one I'm giving you. So the wave travels a certain speed through liquid, a certain speed through solid, and then when it hits the center of the core, the waves begin to spread out again. That means they have reached the maximum point, focal point, before they begin to spread out again. They're spreading out again because you're on a sphere. That's what the
but that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening.
Oh, really? So you are an expert? Why are you putting us through this?
They're not measuring the waves that are coming from the core.
Hang on a second. Robert, I've got you turned down and you're still piercing my eardrum.
No, I have to yellow because he needs to understand. Again,
No,
brother,
dude, you need to substantiate your claim. And what you're
I
saying
just
about
did.
what they do in
I
seismology
just
is
did.
completely wrong as well.
I
What
just
you're
did.
suggesting
I
what they
just did.
do to measure this is not what they
When
do.
the wave hit the
He needs to
focal
do what he
point.
already did. Is that going to change it really?
Yeah, it's true. I'm done right now. So just go read, brother. I'm just giving you one. Go read up on seismographs
Why
as
don't
the
you
waves.
explain to me what
The
they do
wave
exactly? Because I don't think you understand it from what you're saying right now. So what do
when
they
the
do
waves
then?
when the waves
Explain to
come
me
back.
what they do.
When
Explain
the
to me
waves
what they do. How do they find
when the
oil
waves
exactly?
again, brother. The waves is we
Yeah,
know the
explain to me how they find oil.
again. Okay, do we know how far the wave has traveled?
Right, well, no, let's
Right?
back up
So
a
hold on,
step.
hold on,
Let's
hold on.
go to the very
So that's
beginning. What do
that's
they
distance.
do
Hold on,
originally
that's distance.
at the
Wait.
beginning?
That's distance.
Sea lioness.
What
That's
waves? Where do the
distance,
waves come
brother Flurf.
from? Let's talk
Brother
about.
Flurf, brother
Let's
Flurf,
go
brother
all the
Flurf,
way back.
brother Flurf. The wave we know the distance it has traveled. That's one.
What wave? What wave?
The vibrations on the
Vibration
ground.
from what?
Whenever what so whatever activity, like for example, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions.
That's not how they
Those
find oil. They don't. They don't rely on the. They don't rely on earthquakes and the vibrations from earthquakes to
so
find oil.
earthquake.
There are two things happening, Rich. There are observations of seismic waves going through the Earth, and there's also finding
Yeah.
oil. Those two
Right.
different
So
things work on the
yeah.
same principles.
Yeah.
You're
No.
conflating the
So,
two on purpose, of
no.
course. I
You're
might add. You're
conflating the
doing
two.
it
And
on
let me
purpose.
explain why. You're conflating the two, and let me explain why. So you were right. There are two methods. So when they're finding oil, what do they do exactly? Because when they find oil, they're not relying on what's the natural seismic activity, which is what this guy is saying. He's basically saying it's what's natural vibrations are coming from the earth, but not really explaining what, where, how, when, or anything. So I'm
The
trying to get to
natural
the how do they
vibrations
do
is
that?
what's being the natural vibrations, what's being used to determining whether or not the Earth has a liquid core or not. That was the original part of the conversation.
Yeah.
The oil seeking expeditions don't need to use natural processes in order to verify that the process that we use to understand the interior of the Earth works in principle. We have one thing that does something and applies the same principle that we then use in another field.
Okay, you've not actually said anything to the point question.
It's not that you're not
I directly
understanding.
addressed the question.
No.
There's a big old nuh-uh. Thanks.
No, it's not, and I'll explain why. Why you guys actually don't understand what you. To be honest, I'm not a seismology expert. Obviously, none of us are here. But what you're explaining at the very surface of what you're trying to use as evidence, you're completely wrong anyway. Because what you're trying to talk about is the reflected waves, right?
Okay, so
the reflected waves,
exactly,
which is measured at the surface, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So that's where the seismograph is. That's where the seismograph is on the surface.
Yep. So they're recording what's happening on the surface from the reflected waves. But what you need to explain to me is because there's a lot happening on the surface. There's different layers to the Earth, right? In your model. So you need to explain how you're able to, what's the word?
Discern.
Yeah.
Not discern, but there's different layers. So you need to explain how, from these reflected waves that's obviously happening on the outer layer, how you can what's it called?
Determine.
Isolate. Sorry, I was looking for the word isolate. How you're able to isolate that data to make a prediction. Not even a prediction. You have to make a empirical. Because you're making a claim here. It has to be empirical of what's at the core. So far, you've just said reflected waves at the surface. No way does this justify what's at the core.
Have you ever tapped on a melon to see if it's ripe or not, Rich? Have you ever done that?
Oh my God! Don't tell you anything. Because I've done that.
Have you ever tapped on a melon to see if it's ripe or not, Rich?
Yeah, don't tell you anything because I've tapped on a melon.
Oh, it doesn't tell you anything.
I live in Spain.
Yeah.
I live in Spain, and you can be fooled. You
Do you
think,
know
oh yeah, this is good. You get home.
A bit off topic. How you find the best melon?
I'll be good at it.
Oh, mate.
How to find the best melon, a bit off topic, is to
It's kind of directly on topic, because what you're doing is you're introducing a sound
You're
wave.
just saying you're tapping on
because what you're doing is introducing it.
we're tapping.
Because what you're doing is because what you're doing is introducing a sound. Because what you're doing is introducing a sound wave at the surface and receiving that sound wave back along the surface of the melon in order to. Do you have to be a triggered child every time I say something? Is it necessary for every flat earther to be a triggered child every time I speak?
Yeah, but you're talking nonsense.
I could get through this in only 20 seconds. It only takes me 20 seconds in order to say it, but every single time I go to say it, you have something to say in the background while I'm in the middle of saying it, you children. Jesus fucking Christ, grow the fuck up, be an adult, take some responsibility for your own actions, and actually be a decent human being. Try it for once. Just goddamn try and be a decent human for once. Let's try this again. It only takes me 20 seconds to get through it. It only takes me 20 seconds to finish saying what the fuck I'm trying to say if you weren't triggered in the middle of it. God damn it.
I'm not triggered.
Let's try it again.
Doofus, tell us
One
a
more
joke.
time.
Come on, Doofus.
Oh, let's just keep filling the room with noise because the children are still trying to interrupt the flow of the conversation. They won't allow it to happen.
This is how he goes on.
Yeah, you won't actually finish. You won't allow me to finish what I'm saying because you are personally butthurt about what I'm trying to say.
Let's
try it again. Let's try it one more time. Let's just keep filling the room with noise because the children are still trying to interrupt again.
Oh, you're not even in part of this conversation, Doofus, anyway. So what are you even doing here? Let's still fill the room with
noise again. Let's just keep going.
Yeah.
Because, again, it only takes 20 seconds for me to say it. It would only have taken 20 total seconds for me to say it, but you just can't fucking allow it to
You're not
happen.
allowed 0 seconds.
You won't allow someone to say something for only 20 seconds in length. Because you're a triggered child.
Watermelon.
We'll just keep filling the room with noise again. We'll just do this until, I don't know, some moderator has the balls to actually do something. But okay. It only takes me 20 seconds to say it, but you guys are still talking. Let's just try it one more time. Let's just fucking do this until somebody steps in. Let's just keep going because somebody's still trying to fucking talk in the background.
Yeah,
fucking child. Okay,
Yeah,
let's try it again. I do have something to say because it does only take 20 seconds for me to say it. However, you don't allow someone to speak when they have something to say. That's some childish behavior.
We're talking about melons.
I would have something to say if you weren't a child in the background making noise just to interrupt the flow of the conversation. That's how this flat earth conversation always works. Every single time. That's because flat earthers don't actually have the maturity to have an intellectual discussion. They never have and they never will. But let's just keep making noise just so that we can prove the point even further. Because again, it only takes 20 seconds for me to say what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
when you tap on a watermelon to see if it's ripe or not, you are introducing sound waves at the surface and then receiving those sound waves back on the surface and making a determination about what is inside the melon. Seismologists can do the same thing, and you don't like that.
So what do you think? So you don't think that you can tap on the melon and you think, yeah, this melon's great. You get home and it's a shit melon?
I have not encountered that issue.
Yeah, of course you ain't, because you're fucking human, ain't you?
Okay, so
yeah,
how
so
does that address my point?
Shit. We're not talking about melons. So what the fuck are you talking about a melon for?
Okay, again, I just said I have never come across that issue. You might not be good at it. I might be able to do it better than you. So now, I have done this, and now I can make a determination based on what I've heard before in my lifetime. What you're saying is, no, we can't do that. It's just not allowed. Seismologists must be bullshitting. The Earth must be flat, and everyone who has a science education is just wrong. Of course.
So you're
that makes fucking perfect sense.
Melon proves what's in the middle of the Earth. Okay.
The sound waves introduced to something can tell you what the inside of it is like. That's
Yeah, I think
all
there's
that I'm
I
saying.
think there's a limitation with those sound waves, how far they can travel, and I think you're fucking very misguided and misunderstood.
How do you know? How do you know there's
Okay,
a limitation?
based on what
Oh,
information are you
okay,
saying the limitation of sound wave travel? What are you
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
What are you basing that?
yeah, yeah. You made a claim on the limitations. So go ahead.
Well, you only drilled down less than 8 miles, so what does that tell you?
No,
It
but
doesn't
no,
tell me anything about how far sound waves can travel. That just
Yeah,
tells us how
and
far
it
we can
don't tell
drill.
you how far they do travel. So what you're trying to say that if I
yes,
was
I do.
to say I was laying down in America and someone was in London and he shot a sound wave and he's going to hit me in the head, fucking imbecile.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Well,
So yes,
here's the fun part because
Look, wherever you're
we have measured
smoking,
sound waves
you're in
from we
wherever
have measured sound
you're in
waves from
style smoking.
we have measured sound waves from earthquakes, say in San Francisco, appearing in London. We know that at least sound waves can travel that far. We know that fucking distance is possible for sound waves to travel. So where's the limitation?
Yes, exactly.
And I see Rich ran the fuck away as soon as I tried to actually get my 20 seconds of speech out, and he didn't let it happen.
I'm sorry. I probably was talking
It's the
too long.
same with Flat Earth every fucking day. Papa Flurf is Rich, by the way.
Yeah. If I'm going too long, sometimes guys just say, yo, you're going too long. Let me jump in, and I will yield the mic.
Yeah, no, they just didn't want me to say my 20 seconds of whatever I was trying to say. Oh, look, Schlitzy left too. Yeah, fuck Flat Earth. The guys just fold like a wet napkin.
Yeah, they want to make claims about seismographs and and seismological technology, right? They want to do it. Oh, it doesn't do that. I'm like, wait a minute. I always stop them whenever they make claims about it. I'm like, oh, tell us why. Like he did it with the waves. What would stop the waves from going beyond oil deposits? You seem like you know. You're making a claim about that, right? So yeah, you have to, whenever they make something and say something like it doesn't work, tell us why wouldn't it work? Because you seem like you know the instrument. I mean, dude, they mapped the entire Earth inner core because of seismic waves, right? And they can also tell a lot about the inner core of an object by looking at its magnetic field, through interferometry and so on and so forth. That's why they can tell you how dense, let's say, or like the planets in the solar system. Using Newton's law, they can calculate mass, density, speed, all these kind of things, right? So they can do that with distant objects like distant stars. How big is Betelgeuse, right? What's its mass? What's its core? These kind of things. So we're not even there yet. Although there's a lot of assumptions in those like kind of instruments. But once you put a seismograph on the surface of that object, you are getting the most accurate information about its internals than anything else you could ever produce. I mean, they did that with the moon, right? We measured the moon from Earth, all kinds of wonderful little things through telescopes and instruments and things that orbit it and all these kind of things. But the second they landed on the seismograph and put it on the moon, we know much, much more about what it's made up of, right? So we know it has helium-3 and how deep it runs, and it has gold in its core and granite. Yeah, they put a seismograph on that baby.
They never have the same complaints with something like the Schumann resonance, which they love to pretend means way more than it actually does. But no one on the flat Earth side is like, well, we don't actually know if the Schumann resonance is actually global because we haven't measured every point.
That, and they say, what was he trying to say? Schlitzie was saying there's a maximum distance sound can travel, so clearly, jeez, these fucking guys can't agree with each other. They can't agree with themselves.
And that maximum distance could be 3 centimeters farther than your last measurement, because you just don't know until you test it. You have to test every point.
Look at Rich in the text chat. That's cope if you ever heard it. If you have to lie about what someone said, that means you're just wrong.
I was just trying to give him just one particular reading, on how they know we have a solid core and a liquid core. I was just trying to give him one. These things travel faster through liquid. The waves travel faster through liquid as it does through solid. That is registered on the instrument. All right. I was just trying to give him one. That is how we know we have a liquid outer core and a solid inner core. It's just one. Speed of the wave that's traveling. Because he asked me to substantiate. I said once the instrument picks up the speed the wave has traveled, distance. Oh, those two. That's it. We haven't gotten down to like how they know what this consists of. We haven't gotten to that. Those are more complicated readings. Gold shows up different from coal. Right? Limestone shows up different from gold. on the seismograph. You see that iron shows up different from, say, cobalt. Yeah, yeah. Right. So the instrument is able to, and they repeat these things in labs. The seismograph is, from known elements that we have, waves are sent through them, and the and how the readings are picked up on the instrument. That's how they know. It looks different. Each element looks different because it's basically about the arrangement of the molecules, right? It's arrangement. Cobalt molecule arrangement is different from gold molecular arrangement. So the wave looks different. That's all it is. And some, obviously, there are elements or substances that are similar to others. So they will make assumptions there. This is probably um, whatever, right? It's close to. We need more information. Maybe a stronger wave through it, right? There are parts of the Earth's mantle that they're still trying to analyze, believe it or not. There's substances down there that they're like, what the heck is this? Doesn't look like anything else. It looks similar to this. We think it's this, maybe not. We're not sure, blah, blah, blah. So they're taking more readings. Right. So yeah, so that's basically it works. Hold on, brother Cole is playing a video game. What game is that, Cole?
Lies of P.
SFP.
No,
Superflying
lies of P. Like you lie to
lies.
someone. Yeah, like you lie to someone. Lies
Lies of
of P. Of the letter of P, just the letter P.
So what does that mean?
Just part of the game.
All right, lies of.
I'm Pinocchio.
Oh, lies
Well, it's
of.
called Lies of P.
Okay.
But it's a dark tale about the original Pinocchio fairy tale, not the Disney version. Disney just took it and made their own version. This is based on the original, and it's also a dark fantasy telling of it. So it's all dark and like death everywhere and shit like that.
Yeah, somebody told me that, a young lady told me that one time. Um, she was, I think she was like 17. It was my my cousin's daughter. So we were all there with the kids and we're all talking, and and she said, you guys know that all of these stories are the original stories are like really dark.
Yeah, fairy tales were dark tales. They were just made like lighter tales out of them by Disney. A lot of them anyway.
Yeah. And when she told me that, that literally broke my heart because we all looked it up and we're like, what the heck? That's not good, man. We just love these stories. It was heartbreaking. Wow. Why can't everything just be good, man?
There is no good in this world.
Apparently.
There's only different levels of bad.
There's only different levels of bad. Wow. Yep.